can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gonna feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine.
All right, we're gonna start on time. Unlike certain creators on this platform, I don't think are here yet, but we'll call them out. They know who they are. Yeah, let me just say hi to everybody real quick. I don't know, Space Pope, I don't know if you're here. I think you commented that before this, but if you're here, welcome, welcome. YouTube, same as you, but welcome to you as well. Father Son, Derek Jones, Chatterbait, Printo, Luna Moon Goddess, welcome, welcome. Hunter, welcome. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, we're Kit Kat, welcome. Yeah, we hit 1,000 subs. I'm not honestly taking it that seriously. It is cool. Definitely not something I expected when I only made my channel like 3 or 4 months ago. So it's been kind of a fast climb. I've networked with the right people, made some good friends. Wes really helped me out working with Clay and, Joey, obviously, just a handful of people who have been super kind, helped me out. And I'm very grateful to have this very strange hobby keep me busy on days where I don't have much to do, like today. Yeah, Laura, welcome, welcome. So I figured, why switch up a winning formula to celebrate 1K subs? We'll do the same thing we do almost every other stream and watch some non-TCAP Dateline stuff. I did invite some friends to join. Clay mentioned it in his stream. I do want to shout out Clay. I know he's not here yet, but I didn't know that he was streaming today when I made my stream. And I messaged him last night to, hop in with me if he wanted to. And he's like, oh, yeah, dude, I'll move my stream up. And I felt like such an asshole. I had no idea. And I offered to move mine. I told him I'm sorry. And he was very cool about it. So shout out to him. Asbury Brad, welcome. Yeah. When I guess I'll spoil another guest who might join. Again, none of this is Clay. I think will join. I invited a handful of people. I don't know if they'll hop in. One of them was Wes, and when I asked Wes, he goes, "Yeah, 1,000 subs pretty quick. TCAP Gaming is not going to be happy." And that's the last time I think I'll ever say that guy's name during a stream. But yeah, let's hop into some Dateline non-TCAP stuff today. We're starting with Escalator Safety with Chris Hansen. 2 parts, should take about 20 minutes. I have no idea what this is about to be. The intro, I watched like 10 seconds of this intro, already very confused. So yeah, you guys are along on the ride. Let me make sure this is set up right. I think it is. Let me make sure this is turned up so you can hear it. And I think we should be good. All right, I'm gonna start it. If there's any, as always, any weird audio or visual stuff, let me know.
Here again is Stone Phillips.
Millions of Americans use them every day. Chances are
Holy shit, look at Stone. When was this filmed? Is this Chris's first job with NBC? Is this like 1984? Stone Phillips looks young as shit. I said it was like a weird intro because like I only watched maybe this far, not even this far. I didn't hear them say Stone Phillips. I just saw this man and I'm like, I don't recognize this person. Who is this? to catch an escalator. Yeah, exactly.
You do. They're as close as your neighborhood shopping mall, your office building, or your subway station. You probably don't think of them as dangerous, and for the most part, they're not. But accidents happen more often than you think. Just last week, a 3-year-old girl was seriously injured on one here in New York City. Tonight, Chris Hansen has the story of a hidden danger underfoot and the unlikely advocate taking steps to try and solve the problem.
What is this? They had, first of all, this is like a cell phone fucking what is aspect ratio. Like, what the hell? And then it was called, what was it called? Moving violations. Jesus, what the hell is this, NBC? Starting in a church too, like this is the fucking Boondock Saints. Like we're Chris Hansen and his brother are about to get to the rope and fucking the hell was that movie even about? I've seen both of them and I love that movie, but I don't even really remember what the fuck that movie's about.
You just don't expect to find an activist in a cloistered monastery, a sanctuary of peaceful prayer.
I'm dogged, I suppose, but I don't like to pass up something that needs fixing.
And that fixing has put this nun at odds with major corporations and the United States government.
I never looked on it as a crusade, but I can't stop being interested.
Do you think she always talked like that, or do you learn that in like the monastery or wherever nuns go to become nuns? That's the most generic nun voice I've ever heard in my entire life. It's very calming. Like if she had an ASMR channel, I might check it out. But that's like insane. Do you think she talked like that when she was like a 6-year-old? Yo, Clay, glad you could make it, man. Feel free, if you want to shoot me a message on Discord, you can hop in whenever you want, my friend.
It's a problem that is not fixed yet.
Sister Mary Therese Zamikiel's One Nun campaign from this monastery outside Cleveland doesn't concern questions of faith. It's about escalators.
They are potentially dangerous. They're not only dangerous to children, there have been some terrible accidents to adults also, but the children are the most vulnerable because they're the smallest.
She's felt that way since her nephew, Jamie Zamikiel, got on an escalator with his mother in a Sears store 19 years ago.
I remember getting on at the top and my mom taking my hand.
And he had one hand up on the moving railing, just exactly as you and I were taught to do.
I remember going down it. I remember something tugging at my foot. Oh, here we go.
The memory of what happened.
This is like some Final Destination shit. My like YouTube streaming studio thing is really messing up right now. I don't know what's going on, so I can only see some of chat. Human Ham Cube, welcome. I did see you pop in here. Somebody said, Laura, I think. Oh my God, why is this doing this? Jesus Christ, come on, YouTube. It's definitely YouTube's fault and nothing I'm doing. Somebody said, yeah, Laura said, yeah, you got hurt on an escalator. Printo said they were afraid of escalators. I didn't know this was a major concern in life. I know they can be dangerous. I know, like, I've seen that video. Unfortunately, I've seen that video. I think it was in Japan, where like somebody literally, I think they saved like their child. Their child was like about to fall through like the top of the escalator, but then they fell through, like a panel was missing or something crazy. But outside of that, I didn't realize how fucking dangerous. I guess Chris will explain. Chris teams up with God to explain why escalators are bad.
That day is etched into Jamie's mind.
This is about where it started.
Even now, he has no trouble showing his aunt where it all happened.
I remember my mom yelling and screaming, and then the next thing I remember is my foot coming out and not even recognizing it as my foot.
Jamie's foot had been trapped in the gap between the escalator step and the sidewall and was horribly crushed in seconds. At first, Sister Therese thought Jamie's injury was some kind of freak accident, but she found out that according to the federal government, currently, more than 16,000 people a year are sent to emergency rooms because of escalator accidents. The vast majority are children. Just like
That's insane. Actually, I do have an escalator story. Imagine that. A few months ago, I was in Baltimore to see a baseball game, catch up with some old friends. And while we were there, we were like, oh, fuck it. You know, we have some time. We got there pretty early. Let's go to the aquarium. It's a Friday afternoon. You know, in our brains, it was going to be a nice slow day at the aquarium. We had some marijuana gummies, and we thought we'd eat a few of those and hang out with some jellyfish, just have a good-ass time. It was like family field trip day. Every school in the goddamn tri-state area was at the aquarium that day, so it was just a mess. And so my buddy and I were like just trying to get through. It's pretty expensive, so we wanted to like hang out for a while, get, you know, see everything, but we're trying to like dodge, you know, all the kids. And towards the end, we're going down this escalator, and there's a group of kids that we had been avoiding like the entire time, but they finally caught up to us, and they get off the escalator and just stop moving. They just stop, like, off the first step, right onto solid ground, don't take a step from there. And there's, like, 50 of us still coming down this damn escalator. I had to push a child. I had to put my arms out and push a child because they wouldn't move. We're like yelling at them, like, guys, you gotta move, move. And then they didn't move, and I literally had to push a child out of the way. So we went and got a bunch of crab and alcohol and just completely forgot all about that because that was a nightmare. Seth, welcome. The Baltimore Aquarium is fun. Just try to go when there aren't kids, which I don't know if that's possible.
like her nephew.
The whole thing was terrible. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand by and not try to do something.
This is the letter from the Escalator company.
Sister Therese says she's hounded the industry and government agencies to improve escalator safety. Most recently, she's taken her campaign to First Lady Hillary Clinton at the White House. But 19 years after...
First Lady... So this is Is this like in the year 2000? When did Chris start with NBC? Hold on. Chris Hansen. Hold on. I'm doing some background research real quick. Career with NBC. Oh, shit. He did start in 1981. In May 1993, he joined NBC News as a correspondent. So, yeah, this is like somewhere between 93 and I guess like 99, whenever the Clinton administration was still in, I guess 2000. That's insane. This is so old. This is so pre-TCAP. This is just baby Chris. That's fucking nuts.
After her nephew was hurt, children are still getting hurt.
I heard great things about Boston, that there was a lot to do and a lot to see up in the Boston area.
Come on.
You get two of them, don't you?
Andrew Baird and his family were visiting Boston for the first time in June of 1994. After leaving the New England Aquarium, Baird and his two kids got on an escalator at the MBTA station, Boston Subway.
My daughter was on the step ahead of me, and I had her right hand in my right hand. I felt a jerk, and my daughter started to scream, like she was scared.
Do you remember what happened?
But 4-year-old Kelsey Baird was screaming in pain.
The escalator bite me.
The escalator what?
The escalator bite me.
The escalator bit you?
I cried and screamed.
The thing jumped up, grabbed her leg, and ripped it wide open to the bone.
This is what Kelsey...
Oh, okay. I don't know if I want to... just like gore warning, I guess. I'll back up on that for a second. Addie, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. She doesn't find this funny. Is it me? Or is it just Dateline stuff in general? Either way, I understand. But enjoy your dinner. Thanks for popping in. Asbury Brad, the nun does sound exactly like, you're gonna think I'm so dumb.
The thing jumped up, grabbed her leg, and ripped it wide open to the bone.
This is what Kelsey's leg looked like after the escalator bit her. It took emergency surgery and 5 months physical therapy before Kelsey could walk again. Her family is considering suing both the Boston subway system and the manufacturer. You might think the danger zone of an escalator is here, where the jagged teeth merge at the top or the bottom, but it's not. According to government and industry figures, this is where the majority of traumatic injuries occur, the small gap between the moving step and the sidewall. By industry standard, the gap between an escalator step and the sidewall of the escalator is 3/16 of an inch. But over time, internal parts can wear down. This knocks the steps out of alignment, causing them to shift. This can widen the gap between step and sidewall to the point where it can catch a child's small shoe, trapping the foot and leg against the sidewall. The moving escalator can then tear the leg open in seconds.
The escalator industry says that its products are the safest.
Oh my God, look at Chris. What is this quality? This, okay, it's really squished down here too. I'm guessing whoever, ripped this video fucked up somehow, because this is like shot on a cell phone. It looks so strange. He looks even more like Slender Man, but he looks so young, dude. That's insane. That's a very nice suit too, Chris. Like, you don't dress that nice, even in Predator, investigations.
Form of public transportation, providing up to 9 billion rides a year. The industry
MCL, welcome. Polynomial, welcome. Aaron E, welcome.
promotes safety.
Oh, and Humidifier, welcome as well.
With warning signs on escalators and a safety campaign urging children to hold parents' hands and stand towards the middle of the step, away from the gap. But the reality is that many children grab the moving handrail as they ride, putting their feet dangerously close to the gap. Critics say that until that...
Oh, I'm muted. Whoa. Whoa. So how old... We don't know when this exactly took place. We know it's like sometime in the 90s. When was, Actually, today, I think today is Chris's birthday. Or it might have been yesterday. I just saw it on his, September 13th. Yeah, Chris's birthday was literally just yesterday. He just turned 65. So happy birthday to Chris in the chat. I don't know how he'll never see this, but happy birthday, Chris. Yeah, so 65 now. So I guess he's in his like 30s, mid 30s maybe during this. That's insane. You know what? Say what you will. 65. Chris looks good. Chris looks good. The hair, yeah, the hair's great. My hair kind of does that now.
that gap is significantly reduced, children will continue to get hurt.
We found hundreds just in Boston. One of the problems is that there's no reliable database of accidents.
Reporters David Armstrong and Shelley Murphy investigated escalator safety for the Boston Globe.
On the surface, everything looks very rosy. You wouldn't think there's a problem here in Massachusetts or elsewhere. But if you dig a little bit, you quickly realize that there's a serious problem here.
How serious? Their series uncovered over 300 accidents requiring emergency room treatment in Boston alone in the past 2 years. They say most of the accidents were due to faulty equipment or lack of maintenance. And there's another problem. The escalator industry says the average lifespan of an escalator is 15 years. But many escalators across the nation are much older. Some...
Addie, that's so kind. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, Addie, you've been around. A lot of you have been around from the start. So, I mean, again, I'm not 1,000 subs. I was, joking for the most part in the thumbnail. But not a huge number by any means, especially YouTube. But, you guys are always around, and I love it. I love this little community. It's so fun. Who else can I watch fucking Chris Hansen investigate escalators with other than... Other than all my best friends with me right now.
have been running.
But thank you, Addie. Thank you so much.
40 or 50 years.
Oh, and Asbury Brad, what are you? You're pro escalator on this. You're on the escalator side. You know, somebody has to take their side. I hope he talks to an escalator company. Actually, I'd like to hear their spin on this.
Public safety is compromised. People are getting hurt because this equipment isn't being inspected as it should be, and because proven safety measures are not being undertaken.
Armstrong and Murphy say part of the problem is the lack of federal escalator safety regulations. It's up to cities and states to enforce safety codes that are frequently written by committees dominated by the escalator industry.
What we discovered is that the industry is very quick to blame all accidents on the rider. In the case of Kelsey Beard, they said, girl riding up escalator, tripped, cut leg.
Are these escalators safe?
Absolutely.
No question.
No question, no doubts.
Okay, they're doing the thing. This looks like it's like Ryan Gosling and oh my god, it's like a Blade Runner situation. They're very noir right now. They look like two detectives. But they are. This is going to be the escalator guy. He's going to have a sick mustache.
They're safe.
Yeah. It's Dave Armstrong, I think they said his name is. Yeah, I caught that too.
Absolutely.
No question.
No question, no doubts.
John Haley was general...
CGC, thank you. I bet D-Max had a few escalator accidents. You're probably not wrong.
manager of the Boston subway system at the time of Kelsey Baird's injury.
There have been conflicting stories, but the escalator is not solely responsible for that incident.
Are you saying the Bairds are lying?
I'll leave it at that. I'm not in a position to get into debating who said what and who was where, because the case is being litigated.
But Baird says there is no debate. He was just doing what millions of people do on escalators.
I was holding my daughter's hand by the right hand. Then all of a sudden, this thing jumped up, grabbed her leg, ripped it open. That's something that I did? I don't think so.
What angers Baird even more is something he says...
Oh my god, dude. Chris looks like, fuck, dude. The dude from Cheers. Ted Danson. He he has a suave. He looks good, man. I gotta get over this. But it's just crazy seeing like a super young Chris. I wonder, I missed their names. I know they said it a bunch of times. I would like to find like a newspaper article, see what's happened to this family since then. Maybe in part 2 we'll find out. Because that girl would be, you know, in like almost 40s now, like mid-30s probably. Like it'd be interesting just to know like what happened in their lives.
I did? I don't think so.
What angers Baird even more is something he says he heard on the way to the hospital.
The paramedics told me when we were inside the ambulance that they get at least 2 calls per week on escalator accidents.
And then, when Baird got to the hospital, he says 2 subway police officers wanted to talk with him.
They told me to sue the MBTA because it's got to stop. It's got to stop. And then they turned around and they told me, they says, the reason why they don't do anything about this is because it's cheaper to pay the claims than it is to replace the escalator.
That's a pretty cynical argument. I don't know who those critics are that would make that kind of allegation. If we thought for a moment that there was an element of the system that wasn't...
Ethan, welcome. And yeah, if we're going just based off of like my very small chat here, it seems like escalators are extremely dangerous, considering there was more than like one person that said similar things. So maybe I take escalators a lot. Maybe I'll just start taking the stairs. I don't know.
Safe. We'd shut it down and figure out a way to deal with the inconvenience.
We wanted to see for ourselves just how safe the Boston escalators are. So Dateline hired Joe Morrissey, a former Massachusetts escalator safety inspector. Morrissey now has his own business advising developers. He rode the subway escalators with our producer and crew.
If the public is being informed that these escalators are safe, they're being misled.
We took Morrissey to 3 of Boston's busiest stations. Maverick, in the north end of the city.
I found the escalator was making an incredible noise. It sounded like it was self-destruct.
In the north end of the city.
Oh, wow. Okay, great. I can already hear this one's going to be quieter. And it's already turned up as loud as I can make it. So hopefully everybody could hear that. It would be incredibly ironic if we just watched this man get eaten alive by the escalator as he's trying to prove a point. You know, I don't wish that on anybody. This guy seems fine. He's just doing his job. Say what you will. You know, he's not like ripping anybody off. I guess, like, technically speaking. I'm putting my own foot in my mouth, I think. But, you know, I think we could all agree that, like, it would be very funny if if the escalator ate him alive while he was trying to prove a point. But it would also be sad and a tragedy. Did I cover all my bases? All right, this one might be quiet. Hopefully you guys could hear it.
I found the escalator was making an incredible noise. It sounded like it was self-destructing.
The noise from the
Oh wait, that's a good guy. Never mind. I hope he's fine. It's the other dude.
escalator was so bad it was shut down while we were still in the station. Morrissey then examined the escalator closely.
That's at least a quarter of an inch, at least. The molding is loose. This is jutting out. This should be smooth to prevent someone from getting their hand or thumb caught in here as they're coming up.
I turned closed captioning on just for this one because it is really quiet. It's obviously like AI generated, so it's probably not going to be perfect, but I'm trying my best.
Next stop, Government Center in the heart of Boston.
I noticed some of the steps were just, the tread was broken right off. The wider the gap, the easier it is for someone's foot or hand to get into that section.
Finally, to the aquarium station next door to one of the most popular tourist attractions in New England, the station where Kelsey Baird was injured.
Steps are in terrible condition. There's an excessive gap on each side. I don't know why the MBTA hasn't ripped these things out 20 years ago. No, they are not safe. In fact, if I was a state inspector, I'd shut them down today.
Following our visit, Dateline contacted the MBTA and told them what we found. The MBTA responded with this letter, stating, while some of our escalators may be old, they are not unsafe. Each escalator is certified annually by the Massachusetts Department of Public Safety. Regarding injuries on their escalators, the MBTA claims mechanical defects are not the problem, but human error accounts for the majority of incidents. Problems with escalators happen every week all over the country. Since we began our investigation, Dateline found cases involving injuries in New York, Pittsburgh, Washington, and back in Boston where another child was trapped by the escalator at the aquarium station. With all those injuries, why hasn't the government cracked down on unsafe escalators?
For a number of decades, a number of concerned people have petitioned the Consumer Product Safety Commission to do something, and their response has been, there's no problem.
And who was the first person to petition the Consumer Product Safety Commission about escalators? Sister Mary Therese, back in 1978.
They chose to reject the petition. They said there is not insufficient evidence of danger to children.
Did you feel like you kind of got slapped in the face here?
Yes. I don't know how on earth they couldn't be interested in doing something.
But
Just
Sister
recently-
Therese didn't give up. She heard about an invention that appeared to solve the problem that was hurting so many children on...
Printo, yeah, the subtitles are shockingly accurate. I feel like I'm used to... I only ever turned the subtitles on, I think, in the Darnell takedown video that I did, and he talks such nonsense that, like, it didn't help. Even the subtitles had no idea what was happening. But at least these people actually, you know, Chris, the sister, you know, so far, everybody has spoken, you know, coherently enough.
On escalators.
An invention was made. It's wonderful. Now there is a way to close that gap.
Yet the escalator companies appear to want no part of this.
They want no part of it.
Why do you think they won't use this?
A hardness that goes into insanity.
What is this invention that Sister Therese and others claim could help prevent hundreds of escalator accidents each year? And why are escalator companies...
The, like the way they look like such a time capsule of their time is just blowing my mind right now. I know Chris has been doing this for a long time, but just the way they look, this has to be super early 90s because they still look very 80s right now. If that jacket was just like way brighter, if that was like orange, this would be 1985, 86. The hair would be a little bit poofier. But it looks, it's just insane to look at right now. Also, I threw a poll up. It looks like a bunch of you have voted, but just trying to figure out what I want to play next. The next ones are a little bit longer. We got Debt Trap or Mortgage Madness. I think you can kind of guess what both of them might be about. I've never seen them, so I don't know. But yeah, vote.
The answer is when we come back.
A story so powerful.
She's gone. It's my baby.
It could only come from today's headline. Public defender Tim Dickey investigates why these outstanding debts are past due. Tonight at 10 on 5.
Marty Griffith, Sabrina Smith, and Tim Dickey, your Channel 5 public defenders.
I love that shit.
From Studio 3B in New York, here again is Jane Pauley.
Returning now to our story, you've seen how easily you...
Wait,
and your
who?
children-
Who? Wait, what? Where's Anne? Jane Pauley. That's before my time, guys. I don't know. I don't know who that is. But it's not Ann Curry, and I'm upset.
Returning now to our story, you've seen how...
Ugh, like, I know she probably has an amazing career. I don't know anything about this woman, but I don't like her. I just don't like her. She's not Anne. Coming back to our story, like, I don't like her delivery. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jane. You're probably a lovely woman, but you're not Ann Curry.
Pauley.
Returning now to our story, you've seen how easily you or your children could be injured on an escalator. Now, there's a device that could prevent many of those injuries. But why aren't steps being taken to install this innovation across the country? Once again...
She kind of sounds like female Chris Hansen. She has, like, kind of the same delivery. I don't like it. I kind of don't like... You know, Chris is iconic, just because of the lines he drops, but hers is, like, kind of crazy. She did the Today Show. I definitely watched the Today Show. I don't remember her. It's just not... She doesn't ring a bell. I'm sure she's fine. I mean, no, she's you know, she's not a YouTuber talking about sexual predators on the internet. She's living a much better life than me.
Here's Chris Hansen.
It's really very simple. This is the step safety side plate that I invented.
For 30 years, Carl White has been an engineer in the escalator industry and has served as an expert witness in many cases involving entrapment injuries on escalators.
Having seen and known about this type of accident, it concerned me enough to think of some way of preventing it.
This is what White came up with, the step safety side plate. Doesn't look like much, but it's actually especially formulated.
Okay, I'm just gonna... Wow, okay. Everybody's gotten hurt in escalators, and everybody knows who Jane Pauley is. I'm sorry. I maybe when she was on the air, you know, I might have been like 6. I don't don't remember her. I'm sorry. She's fine. Barbara Walters, I know. She's a legend. All right? And I guess Jane Pauley is too. Al, welcome. Glad you could make it.
It's a plastic that fits onto the side of the escalator step. Quite simply, it fills in the danger zone between the step and the side of the escalator, where so many children are trapped and injured every year.
White's invention adds about $4,000 to the cost of an escalator. That's not a lot of money, considering new escalators cost, on average, more than $100,000.
If it's that inexpensive, why isn't the industry using your part?
I'm at a total, complete loss to know the answer to that question.
While escalator manufacturers have rejected White's invention, it is being used, and used successfully, at a place that stands as a monument to 100 years of inventions, the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. Following several serious accidents here, the museum contacted White.
So at that point, you showed them your invention, and they actually bought it.
That's right.
The Smithsonian installed the safety side plates in 1992. Since then, there hasn't been a serious escalator injury in a tourist attraction that draws over 8 million visitors every year.
So because your invention is right there, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for a child to get caught or clothing to get caught in there.
That's right. You can see it for yourself.
Yet the industry says Carl White's invention has not been tested properly. Carl White's out to make a buck, and we don't want to make Carl White a millionaire, essentially.
Well,
that's the word.
I think in the tradition of American free enterprise, those same companies make their fair share of money doing what they do. And I personally have no resentment, animosity, or jealousy toward them. And I don't know why they should toward me or any other inventor of someone.
This is like Shark Tank, but way before Shark Tank. He went on national TV with Chris Hansen and just pitched his product, which maybe it's in play. I don't know. I've never studied escalators this hard. Next time I'm on one, I'm gonna look at it real hard and see if I could see this dude's invention or like any safety measures. But yeah, this is like Shark Tank. He's just on national TV pitching his product right now. Like these guys don't want to sell, but it's a great idea.
Their product. It's not a cure-all to that problem. It's a step in the right direction.
George Straykosh spoke with us on behalf of the
Wow,
Escalator.
this dude looks evil. And he's going to speak on behalf of the Escalators, which NBC has spun me. They've totally spun me. I hate the Escalators now. This dude looks menacing. It's like Count Dooku.
Later industry.
But they're, again, we're not into a proof positive type of situation.
Dateline contacted the leading escalator manufacturers, Otis and Montgomery, and the other companies through the industry's safety foundation. The manufacturers declined to talk with us, but the foundation recommended Straykosh, vice chairman of the industry's National Safety Code Committee, to talk about White's invention.
However, it's a proprietary item. It's sold by one company. He owns the patent to it, and he wants to make his money out of it. There's no question about it.
So are you saying that these escalator companies will not put this part on their product because they would have to pay this other company?
No, the person that pays is the buyer of the escalator itself. But again, even though the claim is that it has prevented the accident, there's no proof positive.
He kind of has a Rodney Dangerfield thing going on, too. Like, he definitely left this say he gets no respect. Yeah, this is, I mean, he's holding his composure. This is the era of, like, evil old white dude where, like, he's very good at this. Like, you're not going to break this dude.
They've been around a long time.
Since 1989, we've had them on all of our escalators.
Rick Simonetta is general manager of MARTA, Atlanta's public transportation system. He says there's no doubt that White's device makes it a lot safer for the more than 400,000 people.
Okay, this one's almost over. If you haven't voted in that poll, I'm going to end it in like the next minute or two. So debt traps, mortgage madness.
Using MARTA's escalators every day.
There have been no injuries as a result of any entrapments. So we really think that they have been 100% successful. And we'll continue to put these on our new escalators as our system expands.
White's invention has been in use since 1983, but even recommendations like Atlanta's don't seem to have changed the industry's mind about the device. Otis and Montgomery, the two largest manufacturers, have sent letters like these to some of White's customers, warning them Otis is not persuaded the escalator side plates are either safe or effective. Some letters even warn of possible risks if the side plates are installed. White says this amounts to a scare tactic and even claims the industry is blackballing him.
Do you think the industry will ever change its view of your invention?
As people high up in the escalator manufacturers have said off the record to me, the day your patent expires, you can be sure we'll adopt it and be using it.
But White's patent doesn't expire until the year 2000, and now...
Oh, shit. Okay, so yeah, this is like... how long's a patent last? Like 7 years? 10 years? I have no idea, but this has to be like 93? 94? This has got to be an old one. Jasper, welcome. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Sarah, welcome. Yeah, ending that poll. Oh, it's getting close. I'm going to end that poll in the next, like, 30 seconds. So, what are we watching next? Debt traps, mortgage madness.
Out with devices to protect against sidestep injuries on their own escalators. But White says his invention is the only one that can be fitted to virtually all of the 30,000 escalators already installed and in use.
Do you think it comes down to a matter of cost? They don't want to have to pay somebody else because they don't have the patent?
I can't answer that, but it's quite possible.
So maybe because these big companies don't have the patent for this device, they're not using it.
Well, it's, you've heard that statement before, not invented here,
As the debate between the industry and White continues, escalators from Atlanta to San Francisco have been fitted with White's invention. And as for Sister Mary Therese, she continues to worry about children riding escalators.
I feel like these injuries are just falling down into a black hole, and everyone's forgetting about them. And I don't see any answers coming from industry itself.
Now, these escalator companies are likely going to say, This sister is very emotional. She had a nephew who was injured. She's found a mission, a crusade. Maybe she's a little too emotional.
The only emotion that I really feel in this is anger. And I think that all the parents who have had injured children would be even more angry than I. They didn't have a voice. And I just tried to be that voice.
My brain is just putting her in like a John Wick there's got to be like a bad 80s movie about a nun that just has like 2 machine guns. Like, imagine that soft-spoken voice. She's like, I just feel great anger, and then just fucking like goes on a rampage. But we all root for her because they're like evil, right? And she's an action hero. But I don't I don't know why my brain's taking me there. We're gonna do debt traps next. It looks like. Sarah, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Our predator investigation.
Oh, wait, okay, that was literally the end. Okay, never mind. Oh, the iPod ones, we're doing that one later. Spoilers. Let's get debt traps here. This one's like 5 parts, but they're like 5 to 10 minutes, so I think this will be like maybe half an hour or so, and then we're going to move on to something else. But
the economy is in free fall, and no one's sure where rock bottom is. And as the mortgage crisis and mounting job losses melt away the American dream, another fundamental economic problem is being exposed: America's debt epidemic.
Middle-class America is under attack.
We begin then.
Elizabeth Warren is a Harvard law professor in charge of the oversight.
Oh, shit. Wait, that's a different Elizabeth Warren, right? Is that the same one? That can't be. No, she looks different. That can't be the same one. That's insane.
Panel monitoring the government's $700 billion banking bailout. She's also a leading expert on consumer debt.
Is this the next crisis?
It's not only the next crisis, it's the now crisis. None of these things are separated from each other. We are in debt crisis, not just mortgage crisis.
Want to refinance and get cash?
Before the housing bubble burst, many Americans were able to take loans against the value of their house.
I thought so. When she was talking to him, I was, what the That's insane. That's insane. I don't know why my mind's blown by that. All right, we're going to keep going.
Houses to stay afloat, using that cash to pay off credit cards and other debts. But with home values plummeting and unemployment rising, millions now have nowhere to turn.
I never knew this would happen.
And American consumers are now carrying an unprecedented, staggering amount of debt: $2.5 trillion.
I'm so sorry.
So how did we get here?
This is a big one.
Vicki Harrington's story is sadly typical.
$125,311.50.
Like so many people, she is drowning in debt.
Our telephone was shut off. Our cable's been shut off. Our electric's been shut off.
Not long ago, Vicki and her husband Jim were.
I feel like it's going to be hard to find a lot of humor in this one. This one's just going to make me like sad. I actually I worked for a credit union for a little bit on like the opposite end of this. I tried to help like fight like bad debt stuff. And it's insane, man. You'll see so many crazy, hospital bills. Like somebody has a baby, and that's just like $80,000. It's just $80,000. Plus, you have to keep a baby alive. And it's fucked. And these corporations, they'll just they'll go after you. So yeah, this one's not gonna be very funny. Somebody, fuck, I was gonna reply to somebody. Oh god. Hardcore Poetry, thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. Octopushy, welcome.
Doing fine with 2 steady paychecks. Vicki's son Ryan was in his first year of college.
We were doing okay. But when my son got sick, our whole life changed dramatically.
Medical bills are a leading cause of debt in America. And as the Harringtons discovered, they were just one serious medical emergency away from financial ruin. In 2005, Ryan was diagnosed with a rare form of lymphoma. By the time doctors caught it, the cancer had spread to his brain.
A lot of crying, a lot of praying on the floor.
Luckily, they had health insurance, but Vicki stopped working to be by her son's side during chemotherapy, and the bills began piling up. Credit cards were an easy stopgap.
We had to use credit cards because that's the only way we could survive.
And when Ryan's treatment topped $2 million, their insurance maxed out, and the really big bills started rolling in.
These bills are for chemo again. $111,375.
The good news is that
and not even to mention that, like, your insurance, like, you think they'll cover shit like that, but they'll find a way out of it, or they'll cover like 10%, and you know, you're still left with $96,000. Don't want to get into it. We're celebrating. But yeah, this one, you know, we got the guy with the Steelers shirt. We could probably find some fun with that. We got some Abercrombie and Fitch. Fitch? I don't even know. I've never owned. I've never been that cool. You know, we could try to find some things, but yeah, this is gonna be somber, I would imagine.
Ryan's cancer is in retreat. He's in remission and back at college, but the illness has left the family destitute.
And how much outstanding medical debt do you figure you have as we sit here today?
100,000.
100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Halfway across the country in Minnesota, the Snyder family is in economic freefall for another reason: job loss.
How stressful is this for you?
It's very stressful. You think about it every day.
Chris's husband, Matt, a plumbing contractor, was recently laid off. Getting by on her one salary has them hanging by a thread.
You're robbing Paul to pay Peter.
Hum along. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I always just say man. It's unisex in my world. But I appreciate you hopping in. Thank you.
You know, what can I pay out of this check, and what's going to have to wait till the next check?
Credit cards are now a lifeline for the Snyders as they desperately
chatterbait thing. Thanks for brightening up the mood.
try to stay afloat. Like so many victims of the economic crisis, they're also struggling to hold on to a home that's worth less than what they paid for it.
The house across the street is for sale for $100,000 less than what our house is mortgaged for.
They've also got a car loan, student loans, and credit card debt that's $25,000 and growing.
Yeah, and that's insane too. Is like the price of housing. Like, not again. Don't want to get into it, but you think about that as like, oh, well, just like sell your home, downgrade a little bit. Well, you could only sell your home for half the fucking price now, and nobody's gonna buy. Like, it's just insane. It's just insane. All right, leave it. We'll find a way to have fun here. Maybe a part 2. I'm hoping by like part 4, Chris is just going head on with the credit unions and you know, the hospitals, I guess. I'm not really sure. Can you imagine Chris is just yelling at a hospital for charging so much or something? I can't even imagine who he's going to be mad at. But hopefully he turns this around towards the end. We can have some fun. But you guys voted for this one.
You still
this is your fault.
Use his card once in a while to get by.
American Eagle. Laura, you're behind. All right, catch up. That was like 100 years ago, unless I'm behind.
I do. I've got my car.
I never wore nice clothes. All right. I honestly, I rotated. I think between the same like 5, like different Pittsburgh sports jerseys that I owned, and that was my my clothes from like middle school to about 11th grade, and then I got a girlfriend.
Insurance and Target. That was groceries.
Gotta eat.
Gotta eat. Gotta have car insurance.
Harvard's Elizabeth Warren says that too many Americans today are like the Snyders and the Harringtons, accumulating debt, not wealth.
Should we feel sorry for people who are buried in credit card debt?
To me, it's not about feeling sorry. It's about understanding.
This is insane. I can't get over this. She looks young, too.
Economic reality.
I'm used to her as like a really old woman, and here she's just like a moderately old woman.
The median American family has tried to hold on to an American dream that their parents could easily afford.
Do you think she knows that she's gonna like run for something? Because she used to really sound like she's campaigning right now. Isn't that like? I really want to let the political stuff go. Please don't invite that to be like a debate in the. We're not doing that. But like, it's blowing my mind that we just have like somebody who's going to run for president one day on an NBC. Like Chris Hansen can like tell people, because he never interviewed like, you know, any of the Bushes or Obama. You know, he's not talking to presidents. That wasn't his job on Dateline. I mean, I've never seen it. But he talked to Elizabeth Warren. It's just insane. I'm letting it go. This is the last I'm going to mention it. Probably.
One income, and today's family can't pay for on 2. They need to make it to the end of this month. And if plastic is the way to do that, that's what families have been doing.
And that means more and more families are sinking deeper into financial quicksand.
All of this is very overwhelming. To know that you may never, ever, ever see the bottom.
How long is it going to take you at this rate to pay off that credit card?
I'm on the lifetime plan at this point. I'll probably be retired.
So who's profiting from this lifelong cycle of debt? We'll show you how the credit industry makes debt pay.
The credit card companies have put the...
Okay, we're going to get an enemy in part 2. Okay, this is going to get good. This is going to get less sad and more like revenge, you know? Somebody just popped in. I wanted to say hi. Pete's, thank you. Welcome to the stream.
Loan sharks out of business.
And we'll go inside the debt collection business to see how far some will go to get a piece of the action.
Oh. Okay, you're just not going to play the next one? All right. Why was my own stream? Why is that there? Okay. Wait, is this part 2? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, we get a nice, like, 1950s intro. This is like a Twilight Zone. This is going to be fun. I hope Rod Sterling comes out smoking a cigarette.
Generations ago, borrowing money was a privilege.
How about giving me a little credit?
Nobody gives you credit, John. It's something you have to earn.
A credit card was hard to come by.
First, you have to develop your character.
And anyone fortunate enough to have one was expected to pay the money back.
You have to have capacity to pay your bills.
But all that's history now. Until the recent financial crisis, easy credit was everywhere. And the credit card industry spent billions to make plastic a way of life and to persuade us that credit was a smart way to buy the things we deserved, even if we couldn't afford them.
The card that won't hold you back.
Do you ever regret having these credit cards in the first place?
Oh, definitely. Oh, gosh, every day.
Chris and Matt Snyder's financial problems are typical. What was once a nation of savers is now a nation of debtors, borrowing money for everything from cars to college. And even before the current spike in unemployment, nearly half of American families were carrying credit card debt, with average balances of more than $7,000. Harvard's Elizabeth Warren says many Americans have gotten used to living on the float, and in the process, the credit card companies have thrived.
There's profit to be made in debt. Not profit for the family, but profit for the people who hawk it.
And Warren says this was no accident. Nearly 3 decades ago, in a move to boost profits, credit card companies lobbied the government to get rid of caps on interest rates.
We told the credit card companies anything goes.
Then they made billions by lending to just about anyone, profiting from charges described in the fine print of those credit card contracts that even Warren, a Harvard law professor, can barely understand.
Credit card contracts have grown from about 1.5 pages in 1980 to more than 30 pages in the early 2000s. And let me just be clear, that additional 28.5 pages did not help the customer. It's tricks and traps and trailing interest and pay-to-pays and a whole bunch of things.
Oh, right. Real quick, hold on. Somebody, Danny Octopus Carry. I'm glad you could make it, man. Thanks for hopping in. Sarah, I appreciate you. Thank you. Real quick, I just got somebody. I do have a friend. One friend joined so far. We got Clay. Clay, how you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, you're one friend. I'm here.
Yes, he made it. The only one that gave me a definite yes.
What does that say about me? Gosh.
Yeah. You should definitely. I appreciate you hopping in, man. And I said it before you jumped in here, or in the stream in general. But in the very beginning, I did thank you. I appreciate you pushing your stream a little bit forward to make time for this one. But
Not a problem.
I assume you've been watching along. So just hop right back in here. But feel free to chime in whenever.
All right, sounds good.
Cool.
Things that literally didn't exist 25 years ago.
The Snyders were carrying a big load of credit card debt even before Matt lost his job. Now they can barely make the minimum payments and are falling behind at warp speed.
So more than half of your payment is going to the interest.
Yes. There's a finance charge, $140, and the payment was $220.
So you're at 19% there.
Yeah, I couldn't pay it before. I certainly can't pay it now when you add on more fees and higher interest rates.
But Warren says that's exactly how credit card companies have been making a big chunk of their profits.
They're not looking for customers who can pay off credit cards.
Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
Did you know who Jane Pauley was? Polly?
No, I did not actually.
Okay, thank you.
I was with you. I had no idea who that woman was.
Thank you so much. And I do want to point out, Ann Curry is winning in the pool, so I was right, okay? Anyway.
Yeah, and I voted for Ann. So.
Yeah. She's like the best. I don't know. Okay. And that's not to, discredit Jade. I'm sure she's great, but she's not Ann. All right.
She's no Ann Curry.
I digress.
They're looking for customers who will hit the sweet spot, fall into the tricks and traps, and incur a $45 fee, a 19% interest rate, a 29% interest rate. After that is just profit.
What you describe sounds like loan sharking, which is illegal. Why isn't this illegal?
Oh, damn. It's so funny because, Chris is playing just like I'm trying really hard not to make it a political thing because I made it a rule in my chat that we're not doing politics. But it is very funny that, I feel like Chris, I'm going to put it this way. I don't want to start a debate. Please it's my channel. It's my 1K celebration. I'm just going to make this statement, and you can agree or disagree. I'll allow that, but we're not going to turn it into anything. I don't think Chris voted for Elizabeth Warren. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really good, bad boy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
That's the best part. The credit card companies have put the loan sharks out of business. The kinds of interest rates that some credit card companies are charging would make Tony Soprano blush.
Riskier borrowers pay more for credit, just as riskier drivers pay more for car insurance.
Nessa Fettis is an attorney with the American Bankers Association, the industry trade group. GE Money, a unit of NBC's parent company that's in the credit card business, is a member.
Why has the industry fought so hard against any kind of regulation when it comes to interest rates?
Well, history has shown that if you cap interest rates, people pay more for credit, and fewer people have access to credit.
This lady's, blowing my mind right now. I don't know why. She's a very, she seems like a Gotham City, prosecutor. She seems like a comic book level, she's very scary.
Yeah.
I don't know why I do this to myself, but, when Chris looks really stern, I put myself in the shoes of what if I was his 11-year-old, back when I was a kid, and I just fucked up. You get that stare. When she came on the screen the first time, I started talking, looking exactly like Courtney Cox. I was terrified. I was like, you get in so much trouble by her. You just know it. Chris writes his name in every election. Yeah, it's not bad. I agree with that.
We have
as Bake Salmon says, hello, nurse. Yeah, very Animaniacs moment there as well, yes.
Regulation that makes consumers understand what they're getting.
The ABA says a new law that takes effect in 2010 will make credit card contracts much easier to understand, but banks will still be able to charge whatever interest and fees they see fit.
It's an unsecured loan, which means there's no collateral. No. There's no house, no car, which is used
What accent does she have?
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah. Did she just slip into British for a second? What the fuck was that? Do you think she okay, here's my without knowing a single thing about this lady, I don't even remember her name. I'm going to make a guess right now. She's from the UK, but she's so proper that she's trained herself out of the accent to just speak this monotone, very concise form of dialect to just win Yeah, she's a Bond villain, Chatterbait. Exactly. She's like Mr. Bond. Like she's terrifying, and then she just slips into a British accent. What the?
Yeah, it still like slips out with certain words.
That was crazy. I want to hear that one more time. Well, look at that screenshot of the corner. You see that?
Yeah.
All right. Let's hear that one more time.
There's no house, no car, which is used to encourage people to make payments. It's the riskiest type of loan.
While credit card lending has returned steady profits for decades, the industry is bracing for unprecedented losses this year. Defaults are on the rise.
So how soon before you're not able to pay it at all? And
If my husband doesn't go back to work in the next couple of months, this will be the first thing we stop paying, is the credit cards.
And if they do stop paying, well, the massive credit business has spawned another multi-billion-dollar shadow industry ready to take over, debt collection. And some say the recent tough times are leading to vicious collection tactics.
No, you answer my question.
Some harass.
You slithered over the border like snakes and you're nothing but a financial terrorist.
Okay.
So I mentioned it earlier. A job I had a while ago. I worked on I helped do basically if you filed a claim that you had a debt that was you couldn't pay it or you thought it wasn't illegal or just or whatever. I worked with a team that helped investigate it. Blah 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 blah. There's a lot of laws now. And they vary by state to state, unfortunately. But the state that I lived in at the time, you used to be able to have an alias and say a fake name. You didn't have to have a real name on the phone, and you could threaten people. It was insane. And I'm not sure when the law was signed in. I did this job years ago, and it was it was a pretty old law by the time I did it. And again, this is state by state, but at least in the state that I lived in, you could not talk to somebody over the phone like this. Everything was recorded. You got audited. The people just listened. But I know that this shit happened because there would be people that worked there for 30 years that would tell you horror stories of oh yeah, there was this guy, he literally threatened to go to his house. It's insane, dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was the Wild West. So this is going to be kind of interesting to hear, but I don't think this happens as much now, but I think it's kind of a case by case. It really depends where you live. But
there's threaten.
Do you want to go to the big house?
This is an industry that makes its money by being out of control. Pay it or your life becomes a living hell.
Coming up, what are your rights and who is behind this dark side of the debt industry?
What gives you the right to threaten me?
Our hidden cameras are about to find out.
Oh, hell yeah.
We got a nice little, why is it not autoplaying? You're making me look like a fool. What if something weird pops up here? Now people know that I like Dragon Ball fighting video games. We got a bunch of Lauren stuff popping up here, of course. What the hell is this? Smart Schoolboy 9? Who is that? I see it. I don't even know who that is. Making me look like a weirdo. I don't know what that is. All right, part 3 is this one. All right.
For Donna London and Greg Burek of northern Minnesota, getting calls from debt collectors was something that happened to other people.
Just perfect credit. I stayed on top of all my bills.
But when the economy began slowing down in their small town, Donna's cosmetology business dried up, and one maintenance worker's salary wasn't enough to support 3 young children.
I did use the card to pay the bills, and it was just a safety net for me for a while.
The card she's talking about was a store credit card that came pre-approved in the mail, ready to use with just one phone call.
We weren't buying anything extravagant. Food.
Yeah, this is going to be Chris Hansen rule 1006 for live streams, but if you get something in the mail to apply for that affects your credit, just don't do it. I'm not even saying I definitely build your credit, especially in America. This is only for my American audience, and I can't give any financial advice. I'm not licensed. I don't know. Please take what I say with a grain of salt, but if you're going to sign up for a credit card, it should be something that you research and that you pick out and that, it works best for you. If you get something in the mail, go ahead.
I was like, spend some time on NerdWallet before you
yeah.
get a credit card.
Yeah. And just because like Best Buy will give you $100 off your purchase, just think about it for like a minute. Just take like a minute. Kate, welcome. Glad you could make it.
Toilet paper, nothing that wasn't absolutely necessary.
Soon, they fell behind and got trapped in the common cycle of credit card debt, with late fees and
Oh, wait, hold on. YouTube, you haven't heard Smart Schoolboy 9 is a new thing related to TCAP is a creep? Oh, okay. Maybe that's why it was recommended. I mean, the wizards, the gremlins, the YouTube bots, they know what they're doing. So the recommended video makes sense, I guess. But no, I had no idea who he was. Never heard of him.
25%.
A scanner daftly? A scanner daftly. I think I got that. I don't know. I'll try it my best.
Good enough.
Welcome, Games Tech. As always, very insightful. Welcome. For some reason, also one of my longest subscribers. But
interest rate, the balance ballooned to $9,000, and they could no longer even make the minimum payments.
It's very humiliating.
Oh, not to keep pausing, but boom, I don't think I said hi to you either, so welcome.
Once they stopped paying the bill, the store hired a debt collection agency, Academy Collection Service, to take over.
They were calling our house at least 10 times per day.
I was putting them on blast.
Like most collection agencies, Academy works on commission, so there's an incentive to be persistent. But there's also a federal law to protect consumers from overly aggressive collectors. For example, a debt collector can't call late at night, lie,
Correct.
swear, or tell anyone.
Correct. Okay, so this is around since like the 90s, or at least the early 2000s. Chris is looking a little bit older. I'm not sure when this one took place. But he's definitely looking a little bit older in this one than the first one we watched. But yeah. So that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Is like, yeah, they can't like yell at you. They can't curse. I believe they can't call you after 8 p.m. I think that might be a newer thing. And again, that might be state by state. But yeah, there are like laws in place. 'Cause debt collection is a whole other rabbit hole that I'm not going to get down on this stream, but it's pretty insane. But yeah, the government does try to protect you a little bit.
One about the money you owe. The idea is to protect consumers from harassment.
I totally believe that if you owe debt, you have to pay it back.
At first, Greg says he tried to explain why his family couldn't pay the entire bill.
I tried to offer some sort of payment plan, and they were unwilling to accept anything I could offer.
The calls kept coming for months, all through the Christmas season. When the phone rang on December 31st, Donna thought it was more of the same.
When I seen it on the caller ID, I didn't even get up to answer the phone because I was nursing my baby. I was just going to let it go.
8:29 a.m.
But when Donna listened to the message a few hours later, she froze. This was a collection call like none she had heard before.
Ever been raped?
Oh!
Hello?
Whoa, hold on. I was not ready for that. Hold on a second.
What the hell?
We're gonna have to hear that one more time. Hold on a second. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you can't say that.
Like none she had heard before.
Ever been raped? Yeah.
The message said, "Have you ever been raped?" And then the guy laughed. My first reaction when I heard it was, I can't be hearing this. So I replayed it.
Yeah.
As a woman, that's got to be one of the most terrorizing things you could ever hear.
I mean, I agree, of course. Like, as a woman, that is terrifying. But I'm not going to lie. If I was this dude and I got the message first, I would also. He said it so creepily.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Part of me, like, did he just think, like, the call was disconnected? He was, like, talking to himself? Like,
yeah, I don't know.
I don't understand. Again, we could go down the debt collection rabbit hole. It's a job. It's not the most prestigious job, but if you do that and you make a living, whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to judge. But, like, there's a right way and there's a very, very wrong way to do the job. And that's like, no matter what era of history that you're doing this, and you can say whatever you want, that's crossing the line. Like,
yeah, that's absolutely terrible.
That's insane. That's like a Lauren level voicemail. Like, fucking nuts.
As a woman, that's got to be one of the most terrorizing things you could ever hear.
Donna was home alone with the children. Greg was at work 45 minutes away.
Should I grab the kids and go to my parents? Should I grab the kids and just get away?
When Greg got home, they immediately called the police. Officers confirmed the call came from Academy Collection Service and referred the case to local prosecutors, citing illegal telephone harassment. But no charges were ever filed against the company.
I don't understand why people could do this to me or to anybody. This is not a good thing. You cannot do this to people.
I think it would be hard to surprise me with anything a debt collector could do to collect a debt.
Attorney Peter Berry has sued hundreds of debt collectors and represents Donna and Greg.
Oh, and that's the other thing, too, is debt collection is usually commission-based. So you get paid like an hourly wage, but it's usually, not that great, or, it might be, bearable. But you can make a shit ton of money if you're one of the top. It's like selling cars, but somehow even shadier and more like scummy, which is insane. But yeah, it's commission based. So these guys have incentive to really hound you and try to get that money. But yeah, it's just I just can't believe he said that. My mind is blown right now.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Like, as a I'm gonna quote another TCAP, I'm very professional, as a but like, just as a professional human being, I can't even imagine, like, what the it just blows my mind. I can't put my brain in these people's heads. The predators, the debt collectors, the fucking HVAC repair guys that we watched like a year ago or whatever. It's just fucking nuts to me.
The federal lawsuit against Academy Collection.
Why would a debt collector leave a message saying, "Have you ever been raped?"
To stir up emotion. What better way to get somebody to return a call than leave a shocking message like that and see what happens?
Berry says that in tough economic times, some collectors turn to more abusive tactics to earn their commissions. The Federal Trade Commission reports that it gets more complaints about debt collection than any other industry.
I've seen everything from physical threats, profanity, threats to the workplace.
But isn't the reality that if people paid their debts, they wouldn't put themselves in a situation where they could be potentially abused by a debt collector?
Sure, debt collectors are entitled to collect what's due and owing to them, but consumers have a right to be treated with truth, fairness, dignity, and respect.
The fact is that the tracker...
Yeah, I don't know why I'm here. That guy said basically what I've been spieling for the last fucking 20 minutes. But yeah, exactly. Like, again, it's a job. It exists. If you have a debt and a company's willing to spend money on it, they want to make their money back. We live in a capitalist. You can argue it all you want. It's how you have to live life. It is what it is. But again, like a car salesman, there's a right way and a wrong way to do the job. And like any job, there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. And certain jobs, specifically commission-based jobs, it seems to lead more of the shadier, wrong way to do it. I'm not breaking new ground. I know, like, why am I here? Why am I here?
It was excellent.
Roseanne Anderson is the lead attorney for ACA International, the nation's largest debt collection industry trade group. We asked her about that message allegedly left by someone at Academy, a member of her organization.
Ever been raped? Yeah.
That is insane. That is ludicrous. That has nothing to...
Did I not say that earlier when I was also flabbergasted? I love this woman. I love her. She's me.
That is insane. That is ludicrous. That has nothing to do with debt collection.
That's like Mama Piss Hansen, if you could visualize.
Any one of our members actually had to face me and say, "Oh, sure, we do that all the time," I would be shocked, and I probably wouldn't be sitting here representing the industry.
In a letter to Dateline, a lawyer for Academy Collection says he has not had an opportunity to determine if the message actually came from the company. And he says Academy does not tolerate abusive conduct and swiftly fires collectors who break the law. But in fact, Academy has a history of violations. The federal government recently sued the company, and Academy paid a fine of more than $2 million for what prosecutors called harassing and abusive tactics.
Whether it's correct or not, debt collectors have this image of phoning at all hours, harassing people. Where do you think that image came from?
I know that it's outdated in terms of a stereotype, but I also know that it came from the bad acts of a few.
So you would say this is a minority of the debt collectors getting a majority of the attention?
Absolutely.
So do most collectors follow the rules, as the industry spokesperson says, or is breaking the law standard operating procedure?
Do you all work together?
Oh, yeah. Coming up, we talk to a group of people who make collection calls for a living and bring our hidden cameras along.
It's worth it for people.
What are they just outside the office chugging like Bud Lights? Like, what is happening?
Is he on the clock right now?
Yeah, like what is going on? It's a very, it's not a Dateline sting if there's not somebody going undercover. I have a sneaking suspicion we're not going to autoplay into the next part, so I'm just going to get that going now. Also, 15 years ago, insane. I like doing this. I did this on the, if you guys have seen my video on Michael Lebronin, I always forget how to say his last name, the Digidosham, that guy. The footage I watched was posted 17 years ago.
Oof,
like,
man,
it was like 6 months before Lauren was arrested.
Insane.
Isn't that nuts? I spent like the first 2 minutes just talking about that because my mind was blown. Like, it was posted in like April or May of 2007. And Lauren was arrested in October the same year. It's just fucking crazy. Oh, look, Elizabeth Warren gets tagged. March 28th, 2009. Okay, so TCAP was over when this was posted, but Jeff Sokol had not been arrested yet when this was posted. To put it in a frame of mind of at least when you know what? Let me give this a thumbs up. Shout out to this guy.
Employment is spiking around the country, and the debt collection industry is busier than ever.
There's no question that it is at an all-time high.
Roseanne Anderson, who represents industry trade group ACA International, says contrary to its predatory reputation, the debt collection business plays an important role in the nation's economy.
The collection industry returned $40.4 billion to U.S. businesses in 2007.
But there's another part of the industry that collects billions, even though it sometimes flies under the radar. When a traditional collection agency can't recoup money for a retailer or credit card company, those businesses often sell the delinquent accounts to debt buyers, usually for pennies on the dollar. These debt buyers are then free to collect and keep whatever they can. Harvard's Elizabeth Warren says there's big money to be made in this second level of debt collection, and there's also less oversight and the greatest potential for abuse.
So the second level.
Okay. I'm gonna explain really quick why every time he says Elizabeth Warren, it makes me laugh. If like cameras and shit existed when Abraham Lincoln was just a wrestling star, you know, like. If he was just wrestling, and that's all we knew about Abraham Lincoln, and you just watched like a 1805 national broadcast, cameras exist, just play along for a minute, and old-timey Chris Hansen's like, I'm here with collegiate wrestling star Abraham Lincoln. Like, every time he said his name, would you not giggle a little bit? Would you not be like, be like, what the fuck?
That's so crazy.
It just blows my mind. I don't know. I should just get over it. I said I was going to get over it like 2 parts ago. One of those weirdos. Welcome. Glad you could make it.
Tends to be.
Oh, thanks, Ann. Welcome. The poll's still up real quick. You can vote for Ann Curry. Stone Phillips is winning. It's insane. I mean, I get it. I would probably vote for Stone too. No, I think I'd vote for Ann. I can't vote, but I would probably vote for Ann. Can I vote? No, I can't. Yeah. This stream also is going to be off the rails. I put it in the title. We're just hanging out.
Pay it or your life becomes a living hell.
Integrity, honesty.
One company that's tapped into the business of buying secondhand debt is LHR.
Okay, hold on real quick. This is the last pause for I have to walk away after this for a minute anyway, but does this commercial not look like something Wes would play during one of his streams?
Yes, absolutely.
What the hell? Loyalty, integrity, honesty.
Or your life becomes a living hell.
Integrity, honesty.
One company that's tapped into the business of buying secondhand debt is LHR, recently named one of Inc. magazine's fastest-growing companies. LHR's corporate slogan suggests it's a cut above the typical collection agency, one of the good guys.
LHR, the right way.
But Army Sergeant Charles Houston and his wife LaTanya don't see it that way.
How would you describe the way LHR treated you?
Terrible.
It started with a car loan from 2001. 6 months into the loan, after LaTanya had emergency surgery and lost her job, she voluntarily returned the car to the financing company.
We met with him to turn the car over, release the car back to him. We thought, okay, this is it.
This was done.
Yes.
But 7 years later, Charles, an Iraq war vet, got a surprise call from someone claiming to be an investigator. The caller told him they still owed the full $11,000 for the car. The case, he said, was now a military matter.
Unfortunately, I do have to submit my paperwork over to the military investigators.
And they was going to start some actions on me, have me put out the military.
Put out of the military?
Yes.
How you doing? Is this LaTanya?
And there were follow-up calls made to his wife.
John Dowling, you spoke to him the other day?
He told me he was a military liaison.
He absolutely is, Investigator Dowling.
He was treating this like a criminal matter.
Yes.
Charles was worried. The family budget was already stretched to the limit on his soldier's salary. But his wife had her doubts, so she Googled the military investigator's phone number.
And it turned out to be LHR.
The debt collector.
The debt collectors.
The Houstons sued LHR and got a financial settlement, though the company didn't admit any wrongdoing.
LHR has been a leader.
But we wondered, were the LHR collectors who the Houstons encountered rogue employees, tarnishing an otherwise reputable company?
Our employees truly...
Or is ignoring the rules all in a day's work?
Are these
To find
real
out-
commercials? What is this?
We visit an after-work hangout for LHR collectors near Buffalo, New York.
One of the are they playing this? This seems so staged. Like they're all drinking Bud Lights, playing hacky sack outside of work.
Oh, yeah.
This doesn't seem real. I'm sure it is, but this does not seem real. Fuck, I had a thought before that, and the hacky sack really threw me off. It's gone. It doesn't matter. All right, we'll keep watching.
Wearing a hidden camera, ask about job opportunities.
I like it. It's good money, it's challenging, it's a good job.
This collector, Tina, says that after a couple of weeks in training, she quickly rose through LHR's ranks.
All right, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but why is she holding the label away from the camera? Does that not seem a little suspicious? Does it seem a little suspicious? What's going on? NBC.
I was actually promoted within 4 weeks to the senior side of what I do. I do collections.
Yeah.
She gives us a sample of her official-sounding talk-off, the rap she uses with consumers. It sounds designed to make them think a lawsuit is on the way.
I tell them it's a pending legal matter.
She appears to be well-versed in the law governing debt collection.
The FDCPA regulates what we can say on the phone.
But she says following the law is optional.
But once you get on the phone and you're actually talking to somebody, you can kind of say what you need to say.
Yeah.
Another LHR employee, Joe, says some of his coworkers follow the rules. Others, not so much.
When you're starting out, you have to be very a lot more reserved. But once you get in there, once you get promoted and on a team, you can.
Addie, welcome back. We're just watching Chris investigate debt collectors currently. It started out sad. It's getting more fun. Yeah. It's only gonna get. I didn't say this earlier. This is probably gonna be up there with like my birthday stream as long. Wow, I lost my train of thought. It's gonna be long. I'm probably gonna stream for a while tonight, so we're gonna watch a lot of shit. And it's probably only gonna get weirder. I think I'm gonna go less sad next. But yeah, we'll be around. Wow, I can't talk. Let's just watch it. I'll be around.
Bend the rules a little bit more.
Joe says he walks the line most of the time, but also knows how to cross it with a tactic that sounds like harassment.
One of the things that I like to do, which is pretty nasty though, is that I'll find out where somebody works, and then I'll find out who the owner of their company is, find out their number, and call them at home.
So people still do that. I know for a fact that people. So one of the people that we like helped, we actually got them out of the debt. It was pretty cool. But nice. when we were looking into it, we found out that they were tracking them through like, this is going to sound like such a Lauren thing, but they literally were tracking them through Google Maps.
Oh my gosh.
So they were able to find out the make and model and license plate of the car of the person that, you know, they wanted to get the debt from. And they didn't have a solid address, but they had an idea. They had like, I guess, I don't know, 5 or 6 addresses that it could have been. And they literally just scoured Google Maps Street View until they saw the car with the license plate. Well, they couldn't read the license plate, but they knew the make and model. And they saw it on Street View, and they were able to kind of like pin it to that address, and they started sending all their letters there. And because they didn't get a reply, you know, they kept increasing the debt. But it turned out, you know, later that wasn't the right address. They just happened to find one that had the same fucking, you know, let's just say purple, or no, we'll say a white truck with gray on the bottom. They were able to find that in front of this fucking address and just assumed that was the right house, and then use that as like their defense.
So fucking crazy.
Yeah, and that was their sole defense as to why they were able to, like, well, we sent them the letter, they didn't reply in 30 days, so we bumped up the debt. And they just kept doing that for like 2 years or something crazy, until finally the client, like, disputed it, and we were able to investigate it for them, find out that they did some pretty shady shit, and they, you know, didn't go through all the avenues they should have, and we got that debt excused, which was cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Yeah. I mean, fuck that the collection company. That's just... they still do that, and it's probably only worse now because Google Maps, Bing Maps, Apple Maps, they all have satellite view. It's all like, you know, every inch of almost everywhere is covered now. But I digress.
I love that. Call the boss at home. That's my favorite thing to do.
And remember how the other LHR collector passed himself off as a military liaison?
He told me he was a military liaison.
He absolutely is. Investigator Dowling.
This collector uses a similar sounding scare tactic.
So do you threaten people with that kind of thing? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All the time. I'm actually LHR's legal liaison.
And among this group, there seems to be little fear of getting caught.
Are you kind of allowed say what you want kind of thing? Are you given a free rein?
Yeah. You can't swear, you can't threaten people, but we do every day.
So why would they risk breaking the law and inviting lawsuits like the one filed by the Houstons?
Does the company ever get sued, though, like for
stumble across that account? Oh, yeah. We bring in a lot of money, so it's like, it's worth it for people still to be illegal and collect money.
LHR didn't respond to our request for comment, but after seeing some of our hidden camera video, the company said it is terminating the employees involved. It called their statements unacceptable and not representative of what they train their collectors to do.
People call into Texas and threaten.
But Asbury Brad, yeah, I was gonna make the joke earlier that the decoy or whoever that was with the hidden camera was the same lawyer lady who just had a crazy ass accent from earlier, because I could not place that, but yeah, she sounded very like Scottish or something. It's somebody Addie. I'm with Clay right now. Let me I just hit the
yellow
wrong. I just opened up an application. Let me close that. Let me post this real quick. Oh my God, hold on. This is falling apart. My YouTube studio has been, I don't know if it's my browser. I don't know what happened. It was working the other day, and now like some weird stuff is happening. Okay, I think I got
You
it.
having technology issues? I can't believe it.
Dude, I do IT for a living. I'm not doing it at home. Clay's channel, I just posted it in the chat. If you're not subscribed, you're nearing 100. Let's get him to 100.
So close.
If you're not there, what are you at? Hold on. 96.
96?
Come on, guys.
Okay.
Come on, guys.
Hell yeah.
Four people. We're ending the stream when Clay hits 200 subs tonight.
Oh my God.
No, but if you're not subbed to Clay, please go subscribe. He covers a lot of lore and stuff, which I don't do on this channel. So if you like Lauren, you're gonna have to go subscribe to other people like Clay.
And Lauren's coming up, so it's a good time.
Yeah. We're did you say anything on your stream about like Lormus? I was in and out. I apologize.
Yeah, I did. I said we hadn't nailed down a day yet, but you were
Okay.
going to most likely join me for at least one of them.
Cool. Yeah. So if you're not subscribed, if you don't know what Lormus is, I don't know what you're doing here, but
Yeah.
no, it's okay. My channel's not devoted to Lauren, so I kind of get it actually. But if you know Lauren Armstrong, and you know what Lormus is, that's coming up. Clay is going to read a few days of the chat log, and he was gracious enough to invite me. So yeah, we haven't nailed down the dates yet, but I will be involved in one of them. So go sub to Clay. I've been rambling. I lost a lot of viewers, so I was doing that. Let's keep going.
Attorney John Fugate.
As if people are here for fucking Chris catching debt trappers. Like, come on.
Represents the Houstons, says what we heard on hidden camera is common throughout the industry.
Paying off these lawsuits is just a part of doing business for many of these companies. It's more profitable in many cases for them to break the law than it is to abide by the law.
Skirting the law may be commonplace, but what happens when collectors take it a step further and pose as law enforcement?
You said you were an officer?
I work with the Bethesda, Maryland Police Department, sir.
So they're using mafia-like tactics.
Next, we listen in to an alarming collection call as it happens.
You need to give them a call, otherwise they're going to have you picked up.
And set out to track down who's behind it.
Let's go.
I believe it's a criminal syndicate.
He had a giant. We're gonna see that in the next part. But he had a giant dollar bill behind him. I'm just gonna get to the next part going because I've rambled enough. Let me pull this one up. One more part after this, and then we're gonna switch it up. Clay, feel free to keep hanging out, man. As long as you want, but we'll pull something else. It's gonna be another Dateline Dateline staying non-TCAP related. And maybe later tonight we'll do something, depending how long I want to stream. But let's just get into it. You could become a saint of the Church of Codpiss. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I love Lauren content. Listen to plenty of it. There's just like all my favorite creators are Lauren people, and I'd rather just listen to them. And if they're, if they want to have me, I'm happy to join. But I'm gonna let them do their own thing, and I'll be the guy that if Clay starts doing takedown content, then we might have a problem.
I can say we're probably safe from. I'm not probably not gonna
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm safe. But yeah, I'll let the pros stick with Lauren, and I know where my comfort level is at.
Do you ever get sued though, like for
Stumble across that account, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Some debt collectors admit that breaking the law pays off.
It's worth it for people still to be illegal and collect money because.
But how far will some collectors go? Our investigation led us to an operation that some say looks more like organized crime than debt collection.
This particular group is probably the worst I've seen.
Remember Vicki Harrington and her $100,000 worth of debt from her son's cancer treatment?
These are all hospital.
She's grown accustomed to nonstop collection calls. But last summer, one message caught her attention.
He says he's a special investigator.
Daniel Hoffman.
Daniel Hoffman.
A special investigator from where?
Bethesda, Maryland Police Department. And he says there is a warrant issued for your arrest, Vicki Harrington.
Investigator Hoffman told her the warrant had to do with an old $800 debt. Pay up, even just half, or else.
He said I was issued a warrant and they were going to come and arrest me.
And take you away in handcuffs.
Mm-hmm. So I got off the phone and I cried. My son was scared to death that I was going to jail for something that I didn't even know anything about.
We really didn't know what to do. We didn't know who to turn to.
Across the country in Texas, another couple was getting similar calls with the same frightening news. So frightening, they still worry and asked us not to use their names. Last summer, they were expecting, with twins, when the messages started coming.
Then you might pack your bags and grab your coat because the sheriff is coming to pick it up.
When I heard this...
Like the Harringtons, they were told a warrant had been issued over an old credit card debt that the couple says was paid off 12 years ago.
I've had 4 felony charges placed in my office against you.
And it sure sounded like the police were already on their way.
We are requesting forcible entry if necessary. I need to know whether or not there are any weapons on the premises, ma'am.
When I heard this, we both...
Yeah, human ham cube. Yeah, typically the cops don't call you and say, hey, we're on the way, we're going to execute a warrant, and you're under arrest. Usually it's a surprise knock on the door at like 6 a.m.
Well, it's crazy how long like those kind of spam calls have happened. Because I mean, even today, you get calls about people acting like they have warrants and all that.
Oh yeah, that's like still, and like. I think nowadays a lot of it is just like a scam, like it's somebody maybe in another country, but like they're trying to get like information. Yeah. But back then it was literally a debt collection agent just pretending to be a cop, so you'll pay your goddamn like the toll that you didn't pay 3 years ago in Florida when you were on vacation, and now a debt collector wants $1,000 for it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, oh shit.
My husband was afraid he was going to go to jail.
It was like frantic, grab the dogs, grab some food, grab some clothes, let's get out of here.
Frightened and hiding in a hotel, the couple called a lawyer. John...
Okay, that's a little bit. I get it. I'm not gonna blame them. That's a little bit like Lauren. A guy backed into his driveway, so he hides in the woods for a night. Probably not that serious. I know. I get it. I've never had a threatening phone call, so maybe I just wouldn't answer it, and I don't really listen to my voicemail, so I wouldn't.
Very true. If it's from an unknown, if it's from a number that's not in my contacts, it's not getting answered anyway. So
yeah. And there's like eventually I'll listen to the voicemail just to get rid of like the icon, but like. I don't really care. I just delete them most of the time, unless I hear like my mom's voice or like somebody I give a shit about. I just delete it.
Fugate for advice. Fugate suspected it was a debt collector posing as law enforcement, and he urged them to keep the conversation going.
Most of the collection agencies that are engaged in these type of tactics will deny that they ever engaged in those kind of tactics, so a tape recording is always good evidence.
They invite us to listen in as they call the alleged investigators back.
My name is Investigator Laura James. We've been trying to locate you, sir, in regards to this warrant we have here.
The first woman they speak to says it's urgent they call someone named Hoffman if they want to avoid being arrested. That's the same name used by that so-called investigator who called the other couple, the Harringtons.
You need to give Mr. Hoffman a call right now.
So he tries to get Hoffman on the phone.
Mr. Hoffman, how can I help you?
I'm actually calling to inquire about a warrant.
The man on the other end says the warrant has already been issued.
This is a nonviolent felony offense, sir.
But he has the authority to stop it.
Basically, sir, if you want to be arrested, I can give you information. I can make the payment. That way the warrant can be rescinded.
So do I send the money to you? Who do I pay?
No. Okay.
Okay.
Collector, sir.
Okay.
The man calling himself Hoffman says he's not a debt collector and tells them to wire money to a lawyer who's handling the account. The choice, he says, is theirs. Pay up or get picked up.
If you don't want to pay it, sir, that's fine. It makes no difference. It's just how you pick up.
You said you were an officer? Who do you work with? What police station?
I work with the Bethesda, Maryland Police Department, sir. I work with the Bethesda, Maryland Police Department, sir.
And I mean, impersonating an officer is a crime, like...
Correct.
Say what you will, outside of, like, shady tactics, that's just illegal. Like, threatening to, I mean, the nature of the content's probably already got me, like, blacklisted on YouTube, but I'm going to say a no word real quick, but threatening to rape somebody is probably also a crime.
So, like, outside of just shady tactics, you're literally just, like you wouldn't be like, I'm gonna come to your house and fucking kill you, you dumb bitch. Like, that, like, obviously you know that's illegal. I don't know.
Made that conversation to Dave Baker of the Montgomery County, Maryland Police Department, a district that includes Bethesda.
All fraud, all fake, all lies.
He says there is no Daniel Hoffman in this department, and Maryland law enforcement is not in the business of issuing arrest warrants for debt collectors.
I believe it's a criminal syndicate.
I'm dealing with the express wishes of the district attorney, and the judge has signed up for the warrant here.
That's pretty aggressive.
They are using very aggressive tactics. It was strictly a shakedown.
So who's behind this operation? We wanted to find out, but it's not easy. For starters, the calls look like they're coming from Maryland, but that's a trick. They're using computer software to mask their
It's Ramona. It's fucking Ramona.
real location. That means they could be anywhere.
You got pen and paper, sir? I'm going to give you the information.
However, they did leave behind one clue. In that phone call with the Texas couple, the so-called investigator told them to wire money to a lawyer. His name, Andrew Brisky. And they were given an address for this attorney, which led us here to Depew, New York, just outside of Buffalo, which happens to be a national mecca for debt collection companies. Could this be the law office of attorney Andrew Brisky? Well, records show there is an Andrew Brisky, and the house is actually owned by his parents.
Some attorneys work from home.
But we...
Yeah. This... Could this be the office of Clay with 3 Ys? Like, Clay would kill for a driveway. This isn't it.
Couldn't find any record that Andrew Brisky is licensed to practice law in New York or
real quick, we're on part 5. We're about done. We have one more part after this. It's only 8 minutes. I put a poll in the chat. I'll end it probably when we have a couple minutes left in the next part. But just in case you didn't see it, we're still going to keep watching Dateline stuff after this. I already have a video in mind. But before we do that, we could play a weird version song. I already have one picked out. It's like 3 minutes, so it's not a long time. Or we can just go right into the video if you guys don't want to hear some. I'll tell you right now, it's a Lauren song. So if that affects your vote, I understand. But let me know. If you guys want to hear it or not. I'm cool either way. But here we go. All right, one more part. We'll let Chris talk for like 20 more seconds, and then we'll get part 6 going.
Anywhere else. So he may not have a law license, but he apparently has a driver's license and this car, which we tracked here to an office building in Buffalo. Could this be attorney Andrew Brisky? And is this where those threatening phone calls are coming from? Coming up, we go inside to find out.
I do want to know about some of the tactics being used at this company.
Shit. All right, let me get part 6 going here. Give him another like. Hold on, give him that. I'm not gonna subscribe. I don't know what else he posts, but we'll give him a like at least. Addy, Weird Versions is a creator on YouTube. He makes like parody songs out of mostly locales. A lot of TCAP predators.
They are incredible. I gotta say, like I have very little like creative prowess, so like people who can do stuff like that just amaze me.
Yeah, no, they're really good, but if you don't know Lauren content or like the TCAP stuff, it can be a little jarring. But they're incredible. Like I have no affiliation. I never talked to Weird Versions. I don't know them. But I always tag them when I play their shit. They're a genius. They're like Asbury Brad. Yes, he's a genius. Yeah, they make great stuff. So I'm leaning towards wanting to play it, but if you guys really don't want to hear it, I don't want to force it on you and lose half my viewers for a 3-minute music video. But they're very entertaining. I'll leave the vote going. We'll watch this, and I'll probably end it around like the 5-minute mark of this video, which could be any time between the next 5 minutes and half an hour, depending how much I yammer.
If you don't want to pay it, sir, that's fine. Just have to have you picked up.
The calls are threatening unsuspecting people across the country. Pay this old debt or get thrown in jail.
I work with the Bethesda, Maryland Police Department, sir.
But that's not true. The calls aren't coming from cops in Maryland. Instead, we link them to this building in Buffalo, New York. With hidden cameras, we follow signs to an office with an official-sounding name, Final Claims Asset Locators. We're able to walk around inside for a few minutes and see one person after another working the phones. And we hear this snippet of conversation.
There's going to be a detainer, sir. Will you be brought to Maryland and face charges here?
It's the same kind of threat we heard on the phone down in Texas. She's talking as if she's with law enforcement.
What we'll do is we'll go ahead and have you picked up.
And her voice sounds awfully familiar, too. Looks like we're in the right place. And remember the so-called attorney named Andrew Brisky? Here's the same guy we've seen driving around in a car registered to Andrew Brisky.
This is Brisky. He just came in.
But what exactly is going on here?
Why do you look like Shane Gillis? What was that? Hold on a second.
This is Brisky. He just came in.
Oh my gosh.
This is gonna be some real inside piss. I might even. This might be a little doxing, a little bit. This is gonna be very doxing. I don't know if I should even say this. Shane and I grew up in the same town.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. I know of Shane. Obviously he doesn't I don't talk to him or anything, but I'm aware of Shane Gillis, and he looks like this guy. I wish we were close enough that I could send him this clip. But yeah, if you don't know Shane Gillis, amazing, just amazing. All right, we'll keep going.
But what exactly is going on here? We watch the building and notice a pattern. Frequent trips across the street to this supermarket. And when we follow him in one day, it's clear he didn't come here to shop for groceries.
It's actually free.
He's here to collect.
All right, never mind. He doesn't look like Shane at all. But that 240p, he looked a lot. Printo, I never heard. Shane Gillis is like I'm biased. I know the guy. He's fucking hilarious. Like I love that kind of comedy. If a lot of people on my Michael LeBronin video, I dropped O&A a bunch, Opie and Anthony. If you love Opie and Anthony, you'll love Shane Gillis. Same type energy.
Did you watch Tires?
No. Okay, so I steal Netflix from my dad.
Oh, okay.
And they did that shit. It was working for a while, and then I signed in one day, and it was like, you're not in the same household. So I haven't been able to get into Netflix for a while, and I'm cheap. I'm paying for fucking True Blue every month. But I know I love Stav.
Oh yeah, I love Stabby is my dude.
Yeah. I saw Stav live. Right before he really blew up. He was fucking amazing.
Dude, well, I was supposed to. Me and my friend at the time, I was still in law school, we had tickets to see him. And then a week before the show, he had to cancel it for something. And
oh shit!
As far as I know, he's never been back to Nashville. But yeah, it was right as he was about to get huge. And
yeah.
It was probably the same tour you saw him on. It just he had to cancel a week of shows, and of course one of them was the one I was supposed to see. It was a very big bummer.
Yeah, dude, he's so worth it. Stand-up's one of my biggest. I love stand-up comedy, and Stavros Halkias.
I wasn't even a huge I'm not a Knicks fan, but he had a podcast with another comedian called Pod Don't Lie.
Yeah.
But I would listen to it just because I love Stabby so much. But anyway,
Human Ham Cube. Yeah, I didn't want to say it just because this I've already said so much shit that will get me. But yes, he is, and Nick Mullen from that podcast is a genius, and Nick Mullen is probably my favorite comedian on the planet, and he's he's amazing, and Stav is amazing too. Adam's okay. Their new podcast is great. We could spend an hour on this. Maybe we'll do that. If people want to hang out at the 5-hour mark, we'll talk about podcasts I love. But let's just get through this. But yeah. Shane Gillis, Stavros, they're all great.
I was like, long story short, watch Tires because it's great.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I want to watch it. Yeah. Asbury Brad, yes. That is the podcast. I've said so much. I'm just not gonna say it. But just like if you've never heard of that podcast, just look up like bits on YouTube, and you'll either love it or you'll hate it. Yeah, it's one or the other. Yeah.
There's no middle ground.
No, but I personally, one of my favorite things on the planet. But let's just keep going before we lose the plot. I'm gonna end that stream here, or not the stream. Jesus, I'm gonna end that poll here in like 2 or 3 minutes. So if you haven't voted yet, it's pretty close. Personally, if you like me, I would like to play the Weird Version song. But you know, I'm a man of the people, and if it's not what you want to hear, let me know. But I will end that poll in the next like 5 minutes or so. So vote now if you haven't.
Do you have more hundreds?
Could this be money wired from people who were tricked into thinking they were about to be arrested? People like the Texas couple who fled their home in fear.
I can't believe they made us run out of our own home like that.
Or Vicki Harrington, who got those threatening calls in the wake of her son's cancer treatment.
What gives you the right to impersonate an officer and threaten me?
We watch the cash come in. So we decide to follow the money and find out who's behind the company that calls itself Final Claims Asset Locators. We trace the firm to this man, Tobias Boyland, and find out his business seems to be operating.
I really wish Wes was here because I'm gonna pull racism real quick, and I don't mean it. I really don't.
Do I need to download a bell sound or?
Yeah. You might want to alert the masses here. But why does he look like 50 Cent?
Ding.
Real quick, I replied to chat, but yes, Bill Hicks is great. George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Colin Quinn. I love them all. I love them all.
Firm to this man, Tobias Boyland, and find out his.
He looks like 50 Cent. That's not me. Like, he looks like 50 Cent. I don't know. I wish Wes was here. He would bail me out.
His business seems to be operating under other names as well. And he appears to have another enterprise going. In this video posted on the web, Boyland goes by the nickname Bags of Money and apparently fancies himself some kind of showbiz entrepreneur.
I didn't realize so many beautiful women in the town really just want to do their thing. I'm going to have to create a vehicle for them to do their thing.
And check out this van, a company car emblazoned with the words Thug Motivation. Perhaps a fitting slogan when you consider that Boyland is a convicted felon. He and company co-founder Dorian Wills served time in prison for armed robbery before opening their debt collection business. That may seem surprising to you, but it's not to attorney John Fugate.
So there's nothing to check the background of somebody who wants to go out and buy large amounts of debt, which include people's very private financial information.
That's right. Anybody with...
All right, I'm about to, I don't know, maybe I might lose everybody on this, but if you're a convicted felon and you get out and you want to make a name for yourself, again, there's a right way and a wrong way to do this job. But like I like hip hop. I listen to your streams, Clay. I know you play a lot of fucking rap. How many of those how many rappers are just signed by other rappers who went to jail for a long time and then opened up their own recording business, and now they're millionaires and they're not breaking any laws? Like, I don't know. Call me a bleeding heart, but I don't judge them for being criminals. Like if this dude just, if one of those fucking criminals opened up a car wash and just made a legit business, we wouldn't be judging them. But again, it comes down to how you handle the business. But I don't know.
Two nickels to rub together can buy a debt portfolio and set up and start collecting the debts.
Boylan's operation is legally incorporated, and we obtained documents showing he's been in the debt-buying business for years. But Final Claims Asset Locators is not a member of the industry trade group. We wanted to learn more about Boylan. We track him to this house in a rundown Buffalo neighborhood.
Boylan's getting to his Hummer right now.
In the driveway, a shiny black Hummer, another company car. We follow him as he drives the Hummer around town on fall mornings and snowy winter days. He seems to have plenty of time on his hands. We watch him run errands, visit the dentist, eat lunch at a pancake house, and occasionally he stops by the office. Back at the house, we decide to pay him a visit and ask about his debt collection business.
You got a big, mean dog.
We hear people inside. But when we come knocking, no one answers the door. So we head over to corporate headquarters. We arrive to a busy office.
Hey, how are you? Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. Nice to see you.
And the first person we approach is this man, Delian Sharp. He's a debt collection trainer for the operation.
I needed to talk to Mr. Brisky or Mr. Boylan.
We later understand why he...
Don't look too suspicious, man.
Right?
might have left so quickly. At the time we shot this tape, Sharp was awaiting sentencing on federal charges of bank fraud, apparently unrelated to his job here. He was also facing state grand larceny charges.
Where did Mr. Sharp go? Is he around?
And that woman whose voice sounded so familiar on our previous visit?
We'll go ahead and have you picked up.
She covers her face and hurries away.
Do you know where Andrew Brisky is?
But some collectors man their stations, making their calls.
Ma'am, do you know where Andrew Brisky is?
No one will say much or watch the video clips of our investigation we brought along.
I don't care what you got there. You need to leave.
Asbury, Brad, and Sarah. Great references. Yes, the Pancake House, the car wash. Yeah, I mean, laundering your money again. Like, just how many? I love hip hop. And they're just like all my favorite, like, you know, artists wouldn't exist if drug money didn't funnel, you know, their recording time. And so I can't pretend like I'm not pro this. My cat is going crazy right now. I'm sorry if you can hear that in the background. Oh, and also we got an Alabama sweatshirt. Roll Tide, bro. Got to throw that out there real quick.
And
after a few minutes, we're asked to leave.
I'm sorry, who are you, sir?
None of your business. You want to move from the premises, sir?
I'm telling you that I think somebody from this company is going to want to see this video.
I don't care, sir. Have a great day. Goodbye.
On the way out, we're told to contact the company attorney.
That's going to be Lauren when Chris shows up for his podcast.
So that's dude, I want an inside ear with Chris so much because, like, I wouldn't be a fanboy. I would give him genuine advice. And I think the worst mistake he ever made, I genuinely thought when he dropped that on that podcast, I genuinely believed that he had already made the visit, you know, to Lauren's house.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Like, why announce that? Because you know that Canadian couple is on top of this shit, and they're gonna let him know. And like, he's not gonna show up. Like, it's not gonna work now. Like, I if I was in Chris's ear, I would have told him to keep that close to the chest and just do it one day. And
yeah, I thought like part 3 or part 4 was gonna be like, yeah, what I teased in episode 1 actually happened 3 months ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. That would have been the move. That's the move. Eel, welcome. Glad you could make it. Addie, apparently you can hear the cat.
Eel.
My bad. They got the zoomies right now. Dinner time is like 2 hours, so I don't know what they're doing. Let's keep going.
Well, who's the attorney then?
What do you have?
Downstairs in the lobby, a few collectors stop to look at our videotape, and up walks the so-called company attorney, Andrew Brisky.
You're Mr. Brisky.
But he doesn't acknowledge the name.
Who are you then?
I don't have to tell you anything.
And won't answer our questions.
But what I do want to know is about some of the tactics being used at this company. Where did you go to law school, Mr. Brisky? So you don't want to talk to me?
A Bills hoodie in 05 too. That's a dedicated fan. They fucking sucked.
Yeah, they were absolutely ass.
I can't even name. Like, they might have. Was that like Marshawn Lynch when he was first drafted? Wasn't he a Bill? So like
he was, but
around that time, I can't name a fucking Bill from that era.
Like, was that like before J.P. Lossman?
Oh man.
Lynch's first year was 07.
Okay, yeah. I don't know when this took place. It was right around that time. He started out on the Bills, right? That was where he started his career. Yeah.
You're right.
And that has been sports section brought to you by Pisstopher.
Willis McGahee, Lee Evans, Eric Mold. That was kind of a fun team.
Yeah. Willis McGahee. Okay. All right. But like, what did they go that year? Do you have the record?
I'm looking at 2005. They went 5-11 because their quarterback was Kelly Holcomb. So.
Yeah, 5-11. It's like it's like that dude in the Washington Sting who was crazy for the Nats, like 62 and 100 that year.
Yeah, it was like the second year they've been in PC2.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're not the only ones raising questions. We found out that New York and federal law enforcement officials, including the FBI, have been given detailed information on Boyland and Company. But so far, they're still in business. Police in Maryland, who are being used as a front by the group, aren't able to launch an investigation because the alleged crimes were not committed in their jurisdiction.
Bottom line is, I don't know that we are going to get them at all.
The Debt Collection Trade Group, which believes most collectors follow the law, says the industry is so vast it's virtually impossible to monitor each company.
We are trying to figure out ways to remove the bad actors.
You said you were an officer?
But after seeing footage of our investigation, she acknowledges that more needs to be done.
Is there a gap in the regulation? Is enough being done?
What we've seen today, I think the answer is clear.
With no quick economic recovery on the horizon, more Americans than ever
She delivered
may
that like
soon be
so
buckling.
seriously.
Oh yeah, no, she. Again, I feel like she's one of the good ones. She works for the bad guys, but like she clearly, it might be because she understands she's on TV. She represents this whole thing, but she seems like she genuinely understands that like that's fucked up, and like they're like I've been saying the entire night. There's a right way and a wrong way. And she seems to be on the side of the right way. We never know. We're about done with this. I ended the poll. We're playing a Weird Version song after this. It's only 3 minutes though. So if you didn't want to hear that, just mute it. I don't know. Just fuck it. Now it's time to go to the bathroom, get a snack, go to the no, I already said the bathroom. Get a drink. Get yourself a drink.
Go to the bathroom twice.
Yeah.
Under the weight of lost jobs and crushing debt.
How much longer can you hang on?
It's pretty close. We're maybe a few months. It's very day by day.
In fact, the Snyders recently filed for bankruptcy. Harvard's Elizabeth Warren says cleaning up the credit industry will require fundamental reform, from the lower rungs of debt collectors right up to the banks and credit card companies that helped fuel the debt epidemic in the first place.
Middle-class America is under attack, and it's under attack in part from a multi-billion-dollar industry that has figured out that you can just keep carving profits out of them. So long as the guys at the top can get a free walk, then you better believe the practices are going to stay just as dirty as they are right now.
Okay, yeah, it just kind of ends. All right, that was that. I do have another one lined up, but before we do that, we got a Sloth Cat animation. Sloth Cat, I noticed he made your stream. I don't see him in mine, but that's okay.
Well, Sloth Cat knows art, so
that's true.
And in mine, not yours.
No, that makes a lot of sense. We got a Sloth Cat animation, a Weird Version song. Again, not affiliated. I've talked to Sloth, sort of, a little bit. never talked to Weird Versions. Not affiliated, but he makes great stuff. If you enjoy this, go check them out. But yeah, I'm just gonna let this play for the next 2 minutes and 57 seconds. If you don't want to hear it, go grab a drink. If you do want to hear it, keep your headphones in, go grab a drink. But I'm gonna let it play. Here we go.
Winnie?
Hi.
Listen. Again. Then and then. And again. I don't want you to ever talk about Dan to me again. You mention Dan to me again. We'll never talk to me again. Dan again. Dan and Dan. And again. You better never mention Dan to me in a sexual way again. You mention Dan to me again. We'll never talk to me again.
Dan.
Shut the fuck up about Dan.
Dan.
If you love me, then I want you to fucking love me.
Dan.
Yeah, well, you continuously do it.
I'm sorry. Dan.
You might think it's a fucking joke. It's not a fucking joke!
I'm sorry.
Listen. Again. Dan and Dan. And again. I don't want you to ever talk about Dan to me again. You mention Dan to me again. Shut the fuck up about Dan. You mention Dan to me again. Hello! Shut the fuck up about fucking Dan!
I'm sorry.
Listen. Again.
Oh,
Dan
God.
and
Here we go again.
stop it!
Here we go.
Here we go again, 'cause you don't stop your stupid bullshit. I want you to call Emma, because Emma's being the only one that's fucking proving herself to me. Call Emma.
Emma.
Stop it!
Dancy.
You think I'm fucking kidding?
Emma. Dan.
Shut the fuck up about fucking
So yeah, I had I had Clay and I muted, but we were dying. That dude, shout out to Weird Versions. Just amazing. And Sloth, great animation. If you're not subscribed, again, it would be so weird to me if you're subscribed to me and not these two. But yeah, if you don't know them, please go check them out. I do have another video I want to play. Mock, welcome. Glad you can make it. We are going to put on another Chris Hansen investigation. It's pretty short. This was one that Joey and I talked about a little bit in our JPW video. So this one's a fun one. It's like I said, it's a little bit short. And honestly, I had so much fun during that song. That before I play the next video after this one, I might play one more song, but we'll see. Let me get this one going. Oh yeah, 3.5 minutes. I'll probably ramble, so we'll probably take like 5 to 10 to get through this. But this is Bike Thieves, something about child predators, but it's mostly Chris confronting a bike thief, which is a very fun premise. So we're gonna watch that. It's pretty short, and then yeah, probably another music video because I very much enjoyed that.
Hello.
Hey, Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Chris Hansen from Dateline NBC. How you doing?
Oh, thank you.
Good to see you. How's everything today?
Oh, thank you.
So I looked all over YouTube for this video, and this is the longest cut. So it feels like there's a part 1 to this that we just like are never going to get to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we get the good part, the confrontation, what everybody's looking for. I'm at the stock car races, but a lot of stoppages. Oh, that's awesome, Mark. Appreciate you. I was listening to Clay. I went to the beer distributor down the street. But I was already listening to Clay's stream, so I just popped the headphones in and kept the stream going, and then just browsed the beer store. But I've been at like baseball games where Wes is streaming or something, and I'm like, oh, I'll pop in for a minute, and I always have my headphones with me, so I've done that. But I appreciate you stopping by, man. Thank you.
You just bought a stolen bike.
No, I didn't buy a bike.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
Where's the bike?
The bike's over there.
You paid a man
Nope.
$25 for it.
Nope.
You watched. You have it on tape.
Nope. He bought it for repairs. His wife's been for repairs.
He bought it in for repair.
Yes, sir.
See, I know you're lying to me because I was listening to the entire
No, I
conversation.
didn't listen nothing.
Yes, I heard it. We have it on tape.
No, sir.
Do you want to see it?
No, sir.
You said at first we don't buy stolen bikes.
We don't buy bikes. That's right.
But you just bought that one for $25.
Listen, this for him.
Here, show me the bike. Come on over.
That's right there.
Which one?
Right there.
This bike right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What about it?
So that's our bike, right?
What about
Description?
it?
That's ours.
Yes.
Our
what
guy
about
bought
it?
it in.
Yes.
You bought it.
No, we did not. No, we did not buy it.
he
No, I did
spoke
not
to
buy the bike.
Yeah, you did.
Turn
Hey, do not touch my stuff.
Turn that off. Turn that.
Dude, look at Chris. He's turtleneck Chris. He's not gonna take that shit. He's not gonna take that. Although this is like a Travis Fowler situation where the potential predator is about the same height, if not a little bit taller than Chris. And Chris is a big dude. He's like 6'4". I'm like 6 foot myself, so like I often, not often, but like I'm usually taller than a lot of people I meet, but Chris is very tall.
Yeah, he's a tall man.
Yeah, like 6'4". I know a few people who are 6'4". They tower over me. And this guy looks like he might be an inch and a half taller than Chris. But Chris doesn't care. He's got the jacket on. You touched his fucking cameraman. He's not gonna stand for that.
You bought a stolen
Listen,
bike.
no, I did not buy the bike.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Go easy
I did
here.
not buy the bike.
Go easy
did not
here.
buy the bike. The
Down.
guy bought the bike in for repairs.
Oh, dude, Rod Knight stepping in. Joey said this was a good one. I haven't seen this one in years. I forgot about this. This guy's getting pissed. I take it back. Chris is not. Look at that. Chris, this might be the most afraid we have ever seen Chris, in all honesty. But he's not backing down. Don't get me wrong. I feel like if push came to shove, Chris is fighting back here. But he doesn't want it to get to that point. He's like when Jackie Chan doesn't mean to beat the shit out of you in one of his movies, he's like, I'm so sorry, this is an accident, I'm so sorry. That's Chris right now. He's got the tuxedo on from that Jackie Chan movie. He knows all the martial arts, but he doesn't mean to do it. He just knows he's in danger.
Go easy
Did not
here.
buy the bike. The guy bought the bike in for repairs.
I heard the whole
He
thing.
bought the bike in for repairs. All right? Knucklehead?
I'm
He
not
bought
the
the bike
knucklehead.
in for repairs.
I heard the whole thing.
He's got kind of a hold on.
All right? Knucklehead?
Knucklehead. I'm sorry. Oh fuck. I'm sorry, guys. I missed that the first time. He called him a knucklehead. I was focusing on like if you watch, the quality's bad, but like it looks like he has an Audi. But he's wearing like a hoodie, so it's weird that you can see like his Audi belly button. It's definitely a move. It's very threatening. This guy does not give a fuck. Karate Chris, yes, yeah. I feel like, Ron Knight's ready to fucking strike. Dude, this guy's the same size. I'm telling you, this might be the most danger Chris has ever been in. And he's holding back his arms. He's yelling, but he's also showing he's not a threat. I'll do some body language analysis real quick. So I can be a real breakdown YouTuber here. He's raising his voice to show that he's upset, but he's putting his arms behind him to show that he's not a threat. Minus pushing that cameraman, who, you know what? Shout out to the cameraman too. This is gonna be terrifying for him. You know, he probably understands that Ron Knight's got his back, but I feel like I don't know. Have I rambled enough? Did we get the vote over with? Oh, no, the vote's done. Okay.
He bought the bike in for repairs. I heard the whole thing. Knucklehead, he bought the bike in for repairs.
He told you that he grabbed it off the street, Dominic. Hey, do not touch it. Not touch it.
Turn that off. Get off of me. Get off of me.
Nobody's got their hands up
Get
at
off
you here.
Get off of
Nobody's got
me.
their hands up at you here.
Yeah, I'm calling cops.
Good. You call the cops, that'd be great.
Get out of here. You trying to set
I didn't want to leave without giving his money back, but as you'll see, he didn't make it easy.
You trying to set us up some
I'm not trying to set you up. I'm trying to
set
see
us
if
up.
people stolen bikes.
No, we don't buy stolen bikes.
You did.
No,
Here's
we
your
don't.
money back.
No, we don't buy
You gave him
stolen bikes.
$25.
No, I did not.
We have it on camera,
No, I did
and we
not.
have it
No, I did
on
not.
recorded audio.
No, I did not. All right?
No, I didn't.
You trying to set us up? Try to set up. Try to set us up? No, you trying to set us up? Try to set us up? God don't like ugly, man. God does not like ugly, man. You're gonna pay in hell. You're gonna pay in hell.
I'm not the one who bought the stolen bike.
Dude, this guy, no way. Oh, he rolls. God do not like ugly. Oh, I would wish I was one of them. I wish I was one of them. How lucky would you be?
Never forget.
No, dude. This person walking towards it, that's a true New Yorker right there. They don't give a shit. They see this shit every day.
Yo, don't touch me. Get out of here. Get out of here.
All right, we're going to take our bike and go.
Take your piece of come here. Come here. Come here. Give me
You want the money? Take the money.
Yo, listen.
Take the money.
Get the back out of here. Get your back out of here. Get the out of here, all right?
Printo, Dark Hero was all talk. This guy is serious. This guy, the thing is, like, he keeps walking towards Chris, but he could take a punch, and he's not doing it. So I think he's still all talk. But he's acting way more aggressive and he's like a David K. Push the cameraman. You know I'm in trouble, or I know I'm in trouble. You know I'm in trouble. Mentality. But like, this dude is like scary. Like, that's terrifying. Like, Chris is this.
Yeah.
I'm
standing by. I think this might be the most danger Chris has ever been in.
Yo, not make a mistake. Touch me. Don't touch me. Get the all right?
All right, we're going.
Yo, come on in.
All right, go.
Push
We're
your
going.
all right?
We're going.
Don't man. Start no all right? Don't start all right? We are hard-working people. Hard-working people.
All right, we'll leave.
Busy here. Too long. Father, hard-working man, all right?
I know he is.
Hard.
Chris is
Unbelievable.
That's insane. This is the most action Ronnie's ever gotten too. Dude, I like, we all love Ron Knight. Like, there's nobody in the community who's not a huge Ron Knight fan, but he does not give enough credit. He's standing face to face with this madman, and he's even doing, like, he's talking him down. He's like, "We're leaving. Like, don't worry." But you know, if this guy took a swing, Ron Knight's gonna knock this fucking. He did you see that stance? It was right around here. He got this leg. He got this leg in between them, and that's like some Taekwondo shit. He was gonna throw him to the ground.
Oh yeah, he could hip toss him.
Yeah, that was Ron Knight's ready. That's the thing. Nobody understands. This old man is ready to kick your. He's like Clint Eastwood.
Man, start no all right? Don't start all right? We are hard-working people. Hard-working people.
All right, we'll leave.
Busy here. Too long. Father, hard-working man, all right?
I know he is.
Hard-working man.
All right, Dominic.
All right?
Don't make
Don't try to put us out of business.
Don't make this worse. Let's
All right?
go. We're going.
Don't try to put us out of business.
Don't make it any worse.
Go back to your store.
You hear me? You're gonna lose.
We're leaving. Don't worry.
Lose.
That was all right. That was worth it. That was a fun 3 minutes. What are these? Wait, is this my video? No, it's Saul. Okay, shout out to Saul. I stole his video, so good. Shout out to him. All right, I got another weird versions. I didn't even put up to a vote. We're just doing it. We're gonna listen to this, and then I do have another. I got a longer one, and then we'll see how we're feeling after that, because we are hitting like 2.5 hours. So we'll go from there. But let's listen to this.
Our predator investigations.
Oh, wait. Nope. Spoiler. Oh, shit. Hold on. I fucked up.
Boo.
Yeah. Spoilers. Okay.
We'll just open this, and I've played this one before on a stream, but this is my favorite Weird Versions music video, so we're gonna listen to this. This one is pretty graphic. So if you don't know the Dan saga, you're not into Lauren, this is the time. It's 5 minutes. Leave the stream and come back, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, get some snacks. But this is my favorite. So I think it's a good one, but I'm just gonna get this going.
Please
And let me mute.
sing a Michael Jackson song for me.
That's about all I know on that one.
Ooh, I'm Uncle Rich's ghost. Tell your mom thank you for all the blowjobs. Ooh, Mama Gwen, 'cause it's yeah, say beat it.
What does it say?
Lauren takes out his beat and beats it.
Hey, what's up, chicken tenders? You bitch.
What's up, Dan? It's just reading you now, tough guy.
Oh, I can't wait to fucking fill your girlfriend's cunt with a real cock.
Hey, you fucking queer? I haven't met you in person. I will fucking literally fucking beat the hell out of you.
8 inches down your throat, bitch.
Fuck you, fucking queer. You have 8 inches behind your fucking balls. You think you're putting fucking 8 inches towards my fucking throat? Shut up, you fucking queer. You don't have a chance, Dan. Hey, beat it.
I'm gonna fuck your face with my 8 inches cock. I got your bitch. She's gonna be sucking my cock. I'll touch who I want, when I want, and how I want.
Hey, beat it.
Lauren takes out his beat and beats it. He has a callus and a condom. It doesn't matter 'cause he's really done. Beat it.
I take my meat out and beat it.
I'm gonna rip your fucking head off, you fucking pedophile. Look at the message I sent you. I showed you a picture of my cock. A real cock.
I'm homophobic, but I don't talk to you, queer shit. Hey, there are some queers up here too. You might be able to go to the fucking Pomone bar and fucking tag you a couple of queers.
Lauren takes out his beat and beats it.
Come on, bitch.
He has a callus and a condom. It doesn't matter 'cause he's really done.
I take my meat out and beat it. When he's right there, you can't get in her pubic hair. Can't call me dumb, 'cause now she's catching it on her tongue. Yeah, how you like that one?
I'm gonna bust your fucking ass. I'm gonna fuck you up.
And yeah, it'll be me and you. Let's see how tough you are, you fucking queer. You know my address. I'm inviting you to my house right now.
We're going now.
Come on, brother.
I get you on your knees.
Oh.
So I want to pull my cock out and I'm going to shove it deep inside.
Alright, I'm gonna jerk it and flick it with my tongue a little bit. He's gagging me. Who's your daddy?
And I'm going to take your cock and I'm going to shove it deep inside my asshole. So before I shove it in, I'm going to take your preach, I'm going to rub it all over my ass. Slowly shove it in my asshole.
Oh, you're so fucking tight. Fuck yeah!
Let me hear you, baby.
I'm almost there.
Come for
I'm gonna
me,
shoot a
come
hot
for me.
fucking throat.
And I want you to come inside my mouth. Oh, I want your juices in my mouth.
Oh.
Come in my mouth. I want to taste your cum.
All right. Oh, it's still my favorite one. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, honestly, I had so much fun. I lost a lot of people during that. It's okay. This is like 6 more parts. I'm kind of feeling like, around like part 3, we might have another weird versions video. I don't know.
Good way to break it up.
Yeah. Everybody, can go take. Is this legal? I don't know. I feel like I could get arrested at any minute. But we got Chris doing his best Heisenberg. Jesse, we have to cook. Right in front of the Winnebago. Kind of a great suit too, honestly. Like black and gray are very classic. I'm a big fan of like a tan or like a purple, like a different color suit. If you can make it work, I'm a big fan. So way to go, Chris. But we're gonna do iPad. Oh wow, iPad.
Hello.
Wow. iPod. We're gonna do iPod thefts. It's like 6 parts. This one's a pretty good chunk of change. Another like 30 minutes. And then we'll kind of see how we feel after that. We're hitting like 2.5 hours. I'm down to make this a longer one though, so we'll see. But let's just keep going.
Undercover house, but tonight we go coast to coast on an undercover road trip. Good evening and welcome to Dateline. I'm Chris Hansen. It's all about this little gadget worth its weight in gold. Everyone, it seems, has their eye on an iPod. And all across the country, iPod thefts are a growing problem. What can be done to stop these eyejackers? Tonight, we catch some red-handed. Here's a message from Dana.
My iPod was given to me as a Christmas gift. And
I didn't mean to laugh at him immediately. I feel bad. I feel like he's a victim. Yeah, but that's what I looked like in middle school.
I would say that hair is like so mid 2000s.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah. This is like this is how I grew up. I looked very, my glasses were a little cooler. I didn't have whatever this was. But we're not far off. Eyejackers, yeah, Aaron E. Yeah, the eyejackers. Do they still call them that? I'm gonna guess not.
College dorm
for some reason, yeah.
Another.
Yeah, I don't think that ever stuck. Oh, the Boston cap. What are you doing, man?
From Joe.
Back in January, my apartment was broken into. The only things they stole were my iPod and my digital camera.
And this from Jessica.
And after school, I looked through my purse to see if I could listen to my iPod, and it wasn't there.
Frustrated iPod owners.
Didn't actually take anything else out of the car, just the iPod.
Angry their music was taken from them by people like this. You're watching on hidden camera as an iPod is being lifted from this car. This iPod is going to disappear along with the person taking it. But tonight, we're going on the hunt to see if it's possible using some of the same high-tech capabilities that make the iPod the phenomenon it is to track down people who take iPods that don't belong to them. So you don't see anything wrong with what you did?
It's a cool world, so everyone does it to everybody.
Oh shit! Do you remember these videos or these ads?
Dude. They were great.
It was iconic. I remember, this is gonna be a fucking weird name drop, but Paul McCartney, hit one of his first big albums, like back as a solo artist, around like 2005, 2006, around this time, the iPod era. He had an iPod commercial, and the big hit song from that album, I think it was "Dance Tonight." I want to say, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, this is very random, but that ad sticks out of my brain so much because I remember loving that ad because I really liked the Beatles, and I never heard that song before. And I liked it. I bought the album because of this ad. It was insane.
So it worked.
Yeah, it did. It really did. I mean, I didn't buy it on an iPod. I bought the CD, but but these ads are iconic, and probably what's going to get me a copyright strike on this video. But that's okay.
Yeah, Well, you know, it is what it is.
I always win. It's just, one person did donate money earlier. I'm very grateful for that. I don't expect that, but thank you very much. But just know that like $2 of that is going to whoever owns this fucking video. But that's fine. I still appreciate it. But yeah.
The iPod. It's everywhere. Originally billed as 1,000 songs in your pocket, it can now hold up.
Yeah, if Lenny Kravitz isn't going to get me demonetized, I don't know what is. But yeah, this song. What an era, man. This just makes me nostalgic.
20,000 songs.
And I was never really... Okay, I'm going to keep pausing because these are shorter, but whatever. You guys are here for this. I was never really an iPod. I don't own really any Apple products, even to this day, to be honest. But
wow.
Yeah.
Man, I know I'm a MacBook, iPhone, got 2 pairs of AirPods. Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
Apple boy.
I just grew up. My dad worked in like IT, and he was very anti-Apple.
Okay.
So I just got into like the pigeonholed, and now I'm very cheap. I don't spend a lot of money, and I broke my phone a few years ago and had the option, and I actually seriously considered getting an iPhone. But then I found another phone that was also just as good. No, not actually. No, it kind of sucks. But it was like $20 a month until I owned it versus like 110 or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I hate being on my phone all the time anyway. Maybe I should downgrade. And I just never upgraded. But like, yeah, like my mom had an iPod. I was definitely around. All my friends had iPods. This was such an era, man. Like when you would just have, and the iPod and iPhone came out the same year. Isn't that like another like weird?
Yeah, which is crazy.
Not like the iPod Mini or anything, but like the iPod Touch, like the one with the screen, like the one they're showing right here, came out the same year. Okay.
Well, no, the iPod. That's not an iPod. That's the iPod video, right? 'Cause the iPod Touch was the one that was like the phone, but it just didn't have phone capability.
Yeah. I think I'm one generation behind, but regardless, like the one with the screen, like this one came out, and then like a year or 6 months later, the first iPhone came out.
But, yeah.
And I think the iPod Touch is probably based off the first iPhone. You probably like yeah. But regardless,
I never had like an iPod like this. I actually had a Zune for like a couple years.
Oh wow.
And then my well, I think this will age me a little bit, but going into my junior year of high school is when I finally got an iPod Touch. That was like 07 or 08, but yeah,
we had the Razor phones for the longest time.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then you remember the Samsung phones that were like walkie talkies too?
They were
or Sprint. I think it was Sprint.
They were Nextel. Sprint.
Yeah. Nextel.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We switched to that for a while, and then I got my first smartphone a little after that. But yeah. Like I don't know. This is just always takes me back. Like MySpace is big right now.
Oh yeah.
Lauren has Kayla and do we name the other? I never know the protocol there, but he has the
MySpace girls.
Yes, MySpace girls 1 and 2 also in his friends list at this point.
100 hours of video, 25,000 photos, and with a staggering 110 million sold, the device has become...
I can't reiterate how hard I'm going to get copyright strict just for this part of the video.
I'm an international icon and an indispensable part of life.
I take it with me everywhere now.
I can't live without it now.
But as you've heard, if you've got to have it, so do thieves. In Los Angeles, robberies of iPods and other gadgets shot up 34% last year. In San Francisco, iPod robberies nearly doubled. The crime wave has led to schools across the country banning iPods. Even Apple admits the problem is serious, sometimes leading to injuries of iPod owners. And in this case, in New York City, even tragedy.
A teenager murdered over an iPod. 2 suspects in custody.
So common are they, the theft.
That's insane. That's like, this is just like, this is really like in poor taste comparison, but watching this kind of reminded me of like, if I hate, I might lose some people here, but I really don't like the Fast and the Furious.
Okay, bye, goodbye.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. But if you go back and watch the first one, they're stealing VCRs or like DVD players or something, and it's like it's such a product of like imagine getting murdered. Like it's so sad now. It's like you know, in 200 years, when call me weird, but one of my favorite hobbies, I don't do it very often, but if I'm really bored, especially at work or something, I'll just pull up like really old newspaper articles.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't that weird? I know that's a very weird hobby, but it's really funny because you'll read about like one slain in a carriage like robbery or something, and you're like, oh, he robbed a horse and carriage. That's insane. You would never hear that nowadays. That's a crime that does not exist anymore.
Yeah.
And like and now time moves so fast that like if you got robbed now and they like empty your pockets, and you pulled out an iPod, they would probably just let you go. Like that would be like if an iPod is so outdated now. Nobody has an MP3 player anymore. Like if you're like super retro, you might have like a cassette player or something. But like
if you're trying to be cool,
yeah. But like everybody just uses their phone now. Everybody has Spotify or Apple Music, or YouTube, or maybe you still buy albums, but like you use your phone. You don't have a separate thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm off base. Maybe
Yeah, the idea of like having a separate like device that I have to carry with me for music or podcast is like crazy. But like it's like even like 10, well, maybe like 10, 12 years ago that wasn't as crazy, but now I can't even imagine. That seems like a whole lifetime ago.
Yeah, like like even like having headphones with wires is crazy nowadays. Like like having like a separate device. Like I've seen YouTube videos of people who are like, I'm going to de-age or de-digify or whatever you want to call it. Like I'm going to get out of the spectrum of like being totally connected to the internet. And I kind of get that. Like part of me is like, fuck yeah, dude. Like get an iPod, download all the music I like, leave my phone at home. But it's just like not realistic. I don't know. It just to not have your phone on you. It's like the one takedown I just did with Wes. The guy's like, I don't know how to find your house, and I'm like, how do you not have Google Maps downloaded? Yeah. Like, how do you not know how to get there? It's 2024. Like, I don't know. We've been rambling. I've been rambling.
To a new term, hijacking.
I've had hundreds of investigations that have involved iPods at one point in time.
Richard Kenny is a New York City Police Department burglary detective.
This is a problem all over the United States.
Have you talked to other detectives in other cities?
It's basically the same all over. People are stealing iPods, and detectives have additional work on their desks.
We met the detective when a Dateline senior producer's son had his iPod stolen. And we wondered, since the iPod is such a high-tech marvel, capable of communicating with a central database each time it's plugged into a computer, if an iPod went missing, maybe there was some way to find it. Alan Ferry wondered the same thing when he lost his girlfriend's iPod.
And what did you say to your girlfriend?
I didn't say anything. I didn't tell her. I was like, I'll find the damn thing.
Imagine screwing up so bad with your girlfriend that you get Dateline NBC involved. That's got to be a special girl. Good for him.
But how? Would there actually be a way to track down stolen or missing iPods? If you own an iPod, you already know when you first buy it, you plug it into your computer and register it with Apple. Apple files the iPod's serial number and requests personal information like your name and address. Then, each time you want to download or purchase a song online from iTunes, your computer communicates with a central database at Apple. If you buy a song, Apple requests credit card information. And it's because of all that identifying information that some consumers are convinced iPods can be tracked if they're lost or stolen.
Since Apple is in the best position to track iPods, we called the company to see if it would work with us on a story that set out to answer whether a stolen iPod...
Yeah, it's like, okay, I got a desk. I got my computer. Just put some iPod. We can only afford two.
They're probably empty boxes too.
Yeah. Chris is totally the only one that works. And then, they got two empty boxes right here. It's humble beginnings, though. I love imagining this is Chris's like first office or something. He's got a couple books. He looks pretty young. I feel like this might be right around the beginning of the Predator investigations. It's always kind of hard to tell. I don't think... Yeah. They say no. They don't say when this takes place, but I mean, if it was posted before the Predator investigations were even done, or right around when they were done, I imagine this was very early in Chris's Dateline career. I don't know.
Yeah.
Be traced. Apple declined. That left us with one option. We'd have to try to track down some missing iPods ourselves, track them down using the same kind of information Apple might have at its disposal.
That was an 8.
We had one overburdened detective in our corner.
Do you think thieves take things because they know there's a lower risk of being caught?
Absolutely. I think that anyone who knows that they will not be caught is more likely to commit that crime.
And if we could show it's possible to track down iPods, it
hey, Mock, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you.
might give at least some thieves second thoughts about taking them. This
Wait, do we have to play, like, U2? Like, do we have to play music? Like, can we just play Prince and the Beatles and other music that would definitely get me fucking strict? Come on.
Yeah. Playing U2, yeah, U2's crazy.
What the fuck is this?
iPod is being taken. It's going to disappear on the streets of Santa Monica. Can we find her and the iPod?
Hello.
We're
I'm
about
just gonna
to
cover
find
it.
out.
I was thinking of the South Park episode.
Yeah, me too. Me
We
too.
swing into action with a surprise weapon, Dateline's secret disc.
Oh shit.
We're hoping to pinpoint the location of the stolen iPod.
When To Catch an Hijacker continues.
Oh wait. Yep. Didn't think so. Oh, we got some Simpsons. Best of Lionel Hutz. Oh shit. Do we watch that real quick? No, it's fine. 6 minutes. Maybe we'll come back to that. We also have Cruel Show L.A. Dele. One of the most amazing videos. We won't do that. We do, the stream is yes or yes. And so far, yes is winning. So we will probably do another music video, maybe part 3. But let's get into part 2. Oh wait, we got the Dateline intro. Oh shit, Dangerous Web of Stone Phillips. That's awesome. Fuck yeah.
You're watching an iPod being taken. In an instant, it's gone. And New York City Police Detective Richard Kenny admits if it's happened to you, as things stand now, you're pretty much out of luck.
What are the realistic chances that you can recover somebody's stolen iPod?
Out of all the investigations I've done, I've only been involved in one case.
One case.
Where we recovered 2 iPods.
But Detective Kenny thinks he'd be more successful if he could use some of the iPod's own high-tech capabilities to track them down.
Obviously, most iPods that are stolen aren't new in the box. They're like this one. Police like Detective Kenny imagine a crime-fighting scenario like this. If this iPod was reported stolen, the real owner could supply his name, address, and the serial number of the device to authorities or to Apple. Then if a thief tried connecting the stolen iPod, a central database could detect its serial number or other personal data embedded in that machine to immediately flag it as stolen.
Yeah, so basically, like, if you don't follow all of Apple's rules, it's kind of on you. Which, like, yeah, I guess, like, you would have to assume that, like, Apple is a pretty big company. They probably thought theft might be a thing. I'm sure if you register it and follow all the extra steps that, like, most regular users probably wouldn't devote the time to do, there probably is a pretty good recovery method. But, like, I don't know. I've worked in IT for a long time, and the rule of thumb is, like, just play down, and this isn't to insult anybody, but play down to, like, your dumbest user. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just assume that whoever's using your iPad, your smart tablet, your fucking phone, your whatever, is a 91-year-old grandfather who has never used a smartphone in his life. And you should be able to make it so he can use it or she can use it. So, like, I understand, but they're kind of making the pro Apple just so they don't get sued, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're making like that. Well, if you just follow the terms and conditions, you would be fine. But
and if the thief supplied personal information when he tried buying songs from the iTunes database or by answering other questions online, he could be located and arrested.
But since we aren't Apple and don't have our own iPod database, how could we possibly test the theory? We'd have to have a plan. First, we went shopping. We bought dozens of iPods that we'd use as bait to be stolen or deliberately lost. We hired a software company, Blackfin Tech, to help us.
We're hoping to collect information that will enable us to pinpoint the location of a stolen iPod.
Jefferson Jewell runs Blackfin. His solution? To simply demonstrate whether an iPod has the capability of being tracked, we'd create our own database, just like Apple has. We'd try to get basic information from whoever plugged it in this case, from people the iPods didn't belong to. How would we get the information? Instead of putting used iPods out as bait, we'd use new ones, brand new in the box. To a thief, they'd be exactly like the real thing, except for this. With a new iPod, the first thing you normally do is download Apple iTunes software, which allows you to buy and download music as well as provide basic information about the user to Apple. To get our bait iPods to work, whoever takes them will have to install a disk. What they won't know is that when they click I agree on a licensing agreement that appears on screen, they'll be consenting to provide some of the same kind of information they provide Apple to Dateline.
The information ranges from everything.
Wait, okay. So wait, like a Dateline, like, I'm confused. It's fine, but that whole thing was also just a huge blast to the past. Like, I haven't seen a CD drive
Right?
in a long time. Oh, hold on one second. Clay, can you say something?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, I can't hear Clay for whatever reason. I'm gonna figure that out in a second. I'll let the episode play. Oh, wait. Clay?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, I muted and unmuted my mic, so I don't know if it must have been something on my end.
That was weird, though, because OBS, what I'm streaming this with, I saw Discord's, like, thing moving.
Oh,
so
but
it hurt. Regardless, I lost my train of thought. But but yeah, like a disk drive, old iTunes. Was that not like kind of crazy to see? Even this USB.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw a computer with a disk drive. Like,
no, like I spent a pretty penny on my PC, and I don't have I can't put a CD anywhere in this thing.
Yeah, same.
On a licensing agreement that appears on screen, they'll be consenting to provide some of the same kind of information they provide Apple to Dateline.
The information ranges from everything from first name, last name, to mobile phone number, home address, what your MySpace handle is, all sorts of things.
Now it was time to see if our plan would work.
He pops open the case at the
First, how do thieves usually steal iPods? We'd seen store surveillance video of thieves in Minnesota. Even seen an airline pilot who authorities said was caught on tape stealing a passenger's iPod in a Florida security line.
Unbelievable.
Dude, an airline pilot's going to be making pretty good money, especially... I guess like 2007, 2008 was a pretty rough time for everybody, but, you know, an airplane pilot's going to be making pretty good money. That's insane.
ED Detective Richard Kenny says while some iPods are stolen in burglaries,
generally speaking, the most common is just people leaving them lying around and someone lifting it off a table.
So that's how we decided to get our iPods taken, by just leaving them someplace unattended. First stop, Berkeley, California, where police told us there'd been a rash of iPod thefts and robberies near Berkeley High School.
All right, let's give this a shot.
Our Dateline producer places the brand new iPod, still in the box, on the dashboard of our convertible. Incredibly, within seconds, a group of students comes along, and our iPod is gone. We put out another iPod. To their credit, dozens of students walk past without taking it, but then watch these two. They walk past our car, see the iPod, and soon after, one turns around to grab it from the dash. As they walk away, they look pleased with themselves and their new stolen iPod. But how happy will they be if we can find them? Next stop, Fisherman's Wharf across San Francisco Bay. We left iPods and shopping bags on benches and walked away as if the owner had momentarily left them behind.
I love how far all of these take place from New York. Like, I don't know if Chris was like, yeah, Dateline gave me $10,000. I can get a hotel and fly to California like 2007, maybe like that's like $2,000 maybe. He's got like $8,000 left to spend, you know.
Yeah. Or as if the bag had been forgotten. What would you think if you found something like this in a crowded tourist area? Would you think the iPod didn't belong to anyone? Watch this young man. With our producer just a few feet away, he sits down, bides his time, and minutes later, watch his hand as he grabs the iPod before he stands up and walks away. Does he think he's found an iPod, or does he know he's doing something wrong? But teenagers wouldn't be the only ones taking our iPods. This woman notices our bag, soon sits down next to it, and after a few seconds, takes the iPod and places it in her shopping bag before hurrying away. So far, 4 iPods missing in action in the Bay Area. Before we try to track them down, we plant more. Next, we travel to several malls in northern New Jersey, where we watch as this young woman takes our iPod left atop a car in a shopping bag.
They took it.
And skips happily away. Remember, Detective Kenny said most iPods are taken when they're inadvertently left somewhere. So we go inside the mall and leave our iPods on benches as if we're a shopper who simply walked away. Will anyone turn the iPods into lost and found, or will they take our iPods home? First, we watch as this young man grabs a black canvas bag we put down bearing an iPod. In case you're wondering if he understands the moral issues and what he's doing, he does return the tote bag to lost and found, but incredibly takes the iPod that was inside.
That's amazing.
Yeah, like, as if the owner, if they came to claim it, wouldn't know, like, their very expensive iPod wasn't missing.
Yeah.
Again and again, people walk away with our iPods. This woman doesn't even hesitate. She grabs a shopping bag with our iPod inside, turns around, and is gone. Our unattended iPods seem to be like magnets. How would you feel if you went to a food court in a mall, got up to buy a snack, and left your new iPod at your seat, and this happened? Check out this couple as they take the iPod from our table. It's enough to make you lose your appetite.
I like that he like his hand gestures, like he was like incredulous that someone dared leave an iPod around, and then was like, "No, we'll just take it. It's fine."
Yeah, I definitely have an angel and a devil on my shoulders about that situation, because like, if you're at a public mall, I don't think any sane human being would just be like, "I'll leave my $800 iPod on the table while I go to the Claire's," like, or like Zoomies, or like or Journeys, or like what are you doing? Just take it with you. And that guy was like, "What the fuck?" But like, obviously, the angel on my shoulder is like, "Well, just like it's not yours, dude. Why are you stealing? Like, fuck you." Like, obviously, he's in the wrong, but it's like, if I was this dude, I'd be like, "This is a setup, right?" Like, who would do this? Who would just walk away? It'd be like if you just bought like the fucking $800 PS5 Pro, and you're like,
right, yeah, but you're guarding that with your life.
Yeah, you're not gonna leave that on the table and just walk away for a minute. Like,
yeah,
you're taking that with you.
Yeah, when I like bought my first MacBook, like at the Apple Store at the mall, I was like, I'm gonna leave. I'm just like, I want, you know, like you kind of want to do that stuff, but like I'm gonna go home immediately. So
yeah,
I don't want to risk being out in public with this. Let alone leaving it just on the fucking table.
Yeah, like if you have other shopping to do, the MacBook Store, the Apple Store, that's your last stop.
Right.
And like, if it's not, you go right to your car, you throw that shit in the trunk. You park right beside a security post or whatever. Like, you get all your other shopping done first. And again, not to like throw blame on you know, whoever, like they're obviously in the wrong, but like this is not a realistic scenario. They're catching the bottom of the barrel here. And like, right. People who steal the bait cards, it's like that's obviously
the real
a setup.
Idiots.
Yeah.
We even see young children like this boy who takes our bag and then hands it to his mother. We should point out that not everyone in every city we went to took the iPods left by Dateline. Time and again, people sat down next to the iPods and did nothing. Others, like this mall employee, were curious enough to look in the bag, but when they realized the value of the iPod inside, waved down security. they did the right thing, but many others did not. We move on to Las Vegas, where more iPods are taken. Again, we hit the food court in a mall and leave the iPod on a table as if a shopper had simply put it down, then walked away briefly to grab lunch. Minutes later, this young man appears, finds our iPod, and after a brief discussion with a friend, disappears with the iPod, even though security guards are standing no more than a few feet away. Then, in the same mall, we leave an iPod on a bench. Watch this man find the iPod, discard the shopping bag it came in, and nonchalantly walk away with his female companion. Would we ever see this iPod again? We'd soon find out, but there would be more iPods to disappear. We visit the historic Fremont district of Las Vegas. Watch this woman. She looks at the bag, walks around it for several minutes, apparently checking to see if anyone is watching, and then she makes her move, grabs the bag, and...
Printo, don't lose faith. I think Chris is just setting up the bait right now. He's going to confront these people. It's going to happen.
disappears into the crowd. And this man who did the same. He moves in as all the tourists let down their guard, watching a loud light show overhead, takes the unattended bag with our iPod inside, and casually saunters away. Finally,
I mean, I'm not surprised there's bad people in Las Vegas. I don't know what they're trying to prove.
especially, I think that was Fremont Street. Yeah, that is definitely.
Yeah, like Las Vegas, New Orleans, Los Angeles, even like Times Square. Like, I'm not saying it's right, but like, you're not gonna surprise me.
Right.
Our last stop, Santa Monica.
Oh, you got a car, you left the car running and you like walked away with the door wide open in the middle of Baltimore and it got stolen? What?
No way. Yeah.
Slothcat. When was this? 2002? I'm going to say 1990. No, 2006. I'm going to say 2006.
Monica, California.
Actually, Slothcat, you might be in the next video. I'm going to play a weird version song, I think, in the next minute before we start part 3. So you might be involved in this. I don't know. You definitely were in the last part, but no credit. You weren't here.
California. We leave shopping bags with iPods inside on benches at the 3rd Street Promenade. It wasn't long before they're all gone, taken, by this man out for a walk with his dog, this maintenance man, and finally, this woman who wastes no time picking up the bag. Watching so many people walk away with iPods that didn't belong to them didn't seem to surprise NYPD Detective Richard Kenny. What do you suppose it is about iPods that has made them?
Chatterbait, you're on timeout. That's not right. They cut out Wes taking the iPod. That's how Chris and him met. That's that's not a good. That's no good. That's a bully comment, as he would say.
Such a target for thieves.
They're very easy to sell because they're so small. People can hold them in their hand, sell them around the street level.
Now we'd had a total of 20 iPods taken by people they didn't belong to. If one of these was your iPod, would you want to know who had it? Who was dancing down the street with your headphones in their ears? Remember, none of the people who took our iPods realized that when they install the software, they're not just going to be supplying information to Apple, they're going to be talking to Dateline.
Recognize those guys?
Yeah, that's me.
Here comes our undercover RV. It's a hidden camera road trip, a mission to find...
Literally. Yes.
Hello?
Oh, God.
Oh, shit. I was muted that entire time. All right.
Oh, my God.
I was muted. We're playing another Weird Versions song before I go to part 3. I'm not even going to re-explain myself. Jesus, I'm so bad at this. If you don't want to be here for this, go grab a drink. We're gonna play this while I go grab a beverage, take a quick break. It's 4 minutes. If you don't want to hear it, come back in 5.
Hello? Oh, this is Lon. I don't even know your stupid phone number. You keep changing it so much.
Oh, well, you get used to it. What are you doing?
I'm sitting on my ass in my chair. Yeah. This must be one of them robocallers.
No, I'm not a robocaller. Okay, I gotta tell you something. So, last Sunday, I screwed up my one of those toys and I got drunk and I drove home.
Again? Why do you bother to go down there? You know, I asked if you was drinking down there and you said no.
I know, I lied to you.
You get your ass right back in jail. You'll be there for a while. Think about it.
I love you, mother dear.
Oh, bullshit. I'm sitting on my ass in my chair.
Again? Okay, I just got my head up my ass for a while.
You have your head up your ass often. Why don't you shit it out? Well, I'm sitting on my ass in my chair. Stop and think about it.
Okay, I just got my head up my ass for a while.
You have your head up your ass often. Why don't you shit it out?
All right.
This must be one of them robocallers.
No, I'm not a robocaller.
Oh, this is Lon. I made my mind up. If something happened, you lose that land. Well, you lose that land. Well, we're always going to get it.
I am getting out of going down there.
Yeah, that's what you said before. I'm going to hang up for you talking stupid. You're damn lucky to be where you are. And you don't appreciate nothing. I'm sitting on my ass in my chair.
Again? Okay, I just got my head up my ass for a while.
You have your head up your ass often. Why don't you shit it out? Well, I'm sitting on my ass in my chair. Stop and think about it.
Okay, I just got my head up my ass for a while.
You have your head up your ass often. Why don't you shit it out? Oh, bullshit.
Your mom's insured more. Your mom's insured more. Your mom's insured more. Your mom's insured more.
I went to 2 doctors, went to lunch, and I tried cards.
What did the doctors tell you about your sugar?
They put me back on insulin.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why.
I don't eat sweet stuff.
No, it just flies in your stomach on its own.
Well, all right, you don't know no going down to farmers either, so shut up. Yeah, I got you on that one. I'm sitting on my ass in my chair. Potato, macaroni, bread.
Okay, I just got my head up my ass for a while.
You have your head up your ass often. Why don't you shit it out? Well, I'm sitting on my ass in my chair. Stop and think about it.
Okay, I just got my head up my ass for a while.
You have your head up your ass often. Why don't you shit it out?
All right, I love you.
Yep, bye.
All right. First of all, I'm sitting on my chair. How catchy was that? Amazing. Little feather man, Maine. welcome. Glad you made it. Yeah, I was muted. I suck. I do have one more thing I have to do. I'm sorry. We've been going for 3 hours. Give me a break. But listening to this really gave me flashbacks of early day YouTubes, and I always say the name of this channel wrong. I always called it Schmoyoho. It might be pronounced differently. Let me know. but this is like old school YouTube. They used to do like song parodies as well. And one of the songs that I remember listening to a bunch back in early YouTube was this one. It's like 3 minutes. I just have to walk away. I'm sorry. But this should cover what I have to walk away for. And then we'll get right back into a little bit more Chris Hansen. We'll finish what we were watching and probably wrap it up after that. But I'm going to throw this on real quick.
Oh my God.
One of the first YouTube videos, one of the first viral videos I think I really got into. This one's great. Like I said, only about 2 minutes. I should be able to walk away that long. Bear with me. But we're going to watch this, and then we'll get back into it.
Oh my goodness, oh my damn, oh my goodness, they're going ham. Oh my goodness, oh my damn, oh my goodness, they're going ham. This is how bacon is supposed to be. The fries, they blend so perfectly. The cheese up in here is going ham. Damn, damn, damn. I wish you could smell what I'm smelling. You bite the fry bites back, my man. Damn, damn. Crispy crunch. Look at the bacon. Get yourself that double cheeseburger. Damn, damn, damn. Get a grocery bag. The cheese is oozing. Let's do this. Damn, damn, damn. Do you want to know the difference between a wheat burger and a burger that has strength? And a burger that has strength? A wheat burger, you can chew and stop talking. A burger with strength, you chew. The meat just absorbs all the space and all the air possible all in your throat. To the point that if you wanted to start talking, nothing but is coming out. Word, skimmel-a-rinky dinky dink, skimmel-a-rinky dink. I love you. Oh my damn. This is how bacon is supposed to be. The fries, they blend so perfectly. The cheese up in here is going ham. Damn, damn, damn. I wish you could smell what I'm smelling. You bite the fry bites back, my man. Damn, damn, damn. Crispy crunch. Look at the bacon. Get yourself that double cheeseburger. Damn, damn, damn. Get a grocery bag. The cheese is oozing. Let's do this. Damn, damn, damn.
Watch the original and subscribe to Dame Drops. Here's our cover. Do your own.
Yep.
Have
a good... One of my favorites. I watched that. Oh God, so long ago. When is this? Yeah, probably about 12 years ago. I think that show that came out.
Was great.
He got the beatus by now. He still does his shit. I actually see. Hold on. Let's Oh, my doctor warned me. Never mind.
Oh my gosh.
God.
I mean, that was literally 3 weeks ago.
I did not realize I'm not subscribed. I didn't know. Holy shit, that's I did not see that coming. Okay, but he still does his thing. Taco Bell 4 days ago. Rectal exam. Oh, apparently that must have come up on like suggested or something. But he's still around 1.7 subs. Good for him. All right, let's get back into part 3 of Chris Hansen catching iPod thieves. That's where we left off, if you can remember that long ago.
We had watched
great. Way more copyright music. Can't
so much of it.
Just love that. Yeah, I should have known on the iPod episode.
iPods disappear in cities across America. In Las Vegas, in Paramus and Wayne, New Jersey, in San Francisco, Santa Monica, and in Berkeley. We called Apple's corporate security line as an average consumer to see if it often receives calls about stolen iPods.
Wow. All day long, every 5 to 6 minutes, you get a call like this every day.
And if we were your average music lover, we'd probably be out a $250 iPod. But where were our iPods? Remember, the people who lifted them don't know we're tracking them using some of the same information they provide to Apple when they register a new iPod. First, remember that iPod taken from Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco, the one picked up from a bench? Just 5 days later, someone hooks it up to a computer, uses our installation disk, and registers a real address in Fairfield, California. That's how simple it was for us to track down and locate one of our missing iPods. We want to talk to the person who has it, find out who would take an iPod that didn't belong to them. We need a cover story. So we rent this 32-foot RV and attach a banner proclaiming the 30th anniversary music giveaway is in town. To get them into the RV, we'll be telling the person who has our iPod they've won iTunes gift cards, good for free music. They come into our fully equipped giveaway RV. What they won't know is that the RV is fully equipped.
If I say I like the Gorillas, will they not claim me? This is hell, man. I started this with non-copyright music thinking I would be safe, but no. NBC had to fuck me once again.
Equipped with hidden cameras. It was now time to hit the road and head to the address where our iPod was located, 48 miles from where it was taken. Our Dateline producer knocks on the door.
Someone in this house recently registered a new iPod.
This young man agrees to come on board our RV.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Chris, how are you? Have a seat.
This 17-year-old high school junior told...
Of course, it's a kid. Oh, look at those pants. What an era.
Yeah.
Like, when I went to high school, if you wore those, you get made fun of. Chris's interesting look too. I don't know about those. Man, white socks with the white pants with the black shoes. That's a move. That's a move. I don't know. I'm not a fashion guy, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But I don't think I would wear that. Little feller, man. I'm subbed up with everybody who does Lauren content. Well, I don't really do Lauren content, so but subscribe to Clay. He does. All right, keep going.
Told us his brother, who wasn't home, had registered a new iPod a few weeks before and got it as a gift.
So where did get that gift?
One of his friends got him. One of his friend's dads.
And where does he say the friend's dad got it?
I think Best Buy.
Best Buy, okay.
It's time to show him our video from Fisherman's Wharf.
So these guys look familiar to you?
Yes, me and my brother.
That's you and your brother. So you knew at the time he was taking that iPod.
My little brother pointed out when he grabbed it.
Imagine being 17 and having to talk to Chris. Like,
yeah.
That's so intense. Rachel, welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It became apparent that at least in some cases, the kind of person who would take an iPod is going to be an impulsive teenager. Someone who's probably not really a criminal. So we decided to disguise the identities of the minors in our school.
So I actually just got deja vu. I don't know why. It just, this is a real story. I'm not... But a kid I went to school with, he played baseball with me. I played Little League and I played up to high school. And he wasn't in the same school district with me until high school, but I was aware of him at an early age because of baseball. Just some backstory, doesn't really matter, but I knew him from baseball. I didn't really talk to him much, and then one day we were in high school, and I see him getting arrested.
Oh my gosh!
By full-blown police officers are escorting him out of the building in handcuffs. And a bunch of us see this, we're like, what the fuck? All the rumors go by. And later we found out that he was stealing iPods and iPhones, iPods, all that shit out of the gym locker room and reselling them. And the cops got onto him and arrested him. But that just dawned on me that I remember that now. It was he was a 16, 17-year-old kid stealing iPods. That is kind of the demographic that checks out.
That's insane.
Yeah, that kid's not doing great now.
There's something else that you need to know, and that is, I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC, and we're doing a story on stolen iPods. So what's the lesson here?
Don't steal.
Okay. What are you going to tell your brother?
I'm going to tell him that you just got caught stealing. Maybe you shouldn't do it again.
Their parents declined comment for our story. Next stop, Berkeley, California, where you'll recall just outside Berkeley High, we watched another young person snatch an iPod from our convertible. Whoever ended up with our iPod plugged in the installation software and registered not only with Apple, but with Dateline, to an address that led us 15 miles north of Berkeley to the town of Hercules, California. Out comes this young man, ready to claim his gift card inside the RV.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
Have a seat. What's your pickle, bud?
Oh, yeah, thanks very much.
Another
The pulling
17-year-old...
up the RV in front of the house is a very funny move by Chris.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's a very funny. After supper biscuit. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Who may not have thought about the consequences of his actions. It's time to tell him why we're here.
You recognize those guys?
Yeah, that's me.
With the hat on, that's you.
Yeah.
And why don't you narrate for me what's going on in that video?
Oh, we saw an iPod and we took it.
You saw an iPod and you took it. So was that your car?
No.
Was that your iPod?
No.
Then why did you take it?
Oh, no, I just got excited.
Now you know that it's wrong.
Yeah.
And if this were some kind of a police operation,
I'll be in jail.
You could be in serious trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He'll soon be on his way.
Why is he kind of giving me, what's the, oh my god. My brain shuts down when we do these fucking streams. I can't think of anybody's name. The dude that showed up twice in, like, the second sting, he wasn't arrested. He was, like, his lawyer says he has mental issues. John Canelli. John Canelli.
Yeah.
He's giving me, like, I know this is like a 17-year-old, but he's giving me big John Canelli energy right now for some reason.
Back to the house, where he'll have to figure out what to tell his family, who called what the young man did an embarrassment and offered to pay NBC for the iPod. But ironically, it turns out he wasn't able to enjoy our iPod very long. He says it was stolen from him.
Really? Where was it when it got stolen? Was it like in your locker? Or?
I got somebody found out my locker combination and took it.
Our iPod has been stolen again. More of our missing iPod.
That's right. Oops, he's done it again. Dude, it all ties together. I'm a fucking genius.
Odds were phoning home with their locations. Next, they were calling us back to Los Angeles, where 3 weeks earlier we'd had 4 iPods taken that were left in shopping bags.
You recently registered a new iPod?
One of the iPods was traced to this woman, who we found at a record store she owns in L.A.
Hey, how are you?
I love how, like, all Americans are so ready to just win, like, a grand prize. Like,
yeah.
Would this work anywhere else? Like, if somebody came up to you with balloons, is like, specifically you knew that was a stolen iPod and you registered it, would you buy that anywhere else? I don't know. Like, I feel like Americans are very susceptible? Wow, close enough. To just, like, you know, somebody comes up with the balloons, like Ed McMahon's like, you're the $1 million winner. You're just going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Like, I don't know.
Wow.
There you go.
Thank you.
Here, have a seat for a minute. I just want to take a quick survey.
At first, she's thrilled by our visit.
When you got your iPod, was it a gift or did you buy it?
It was a gift.
And was it from a family member or a friend?
Family
member. And you know, did they buy it at a Circuit City or a large
Best Buy?
Best Buy.
What became apparent in this case was that this woman who ended up with the iPod wasn't actually the person who took it. She may think it came from a Best Buy, but I showed her where it really came from.
The iPod that you have was actually in that chair, in that bag.
The one that I have?
The one that you have, the very iPod.
The one that I got as a gift.
Mm-hmm. How would that be?
I guess the person that gave it to me bought it off the street, I guess.
And who was it who gave it to you?
My husband.
Your husband.
Wow.
So
I don't know where he got
So
it.
they have video footage of her stealing it, and she's gonna throw her husband under the bus. That's cool.
So crazy.
That's cool.
No loyalty.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you did anything wrong here, or accusing you of anything, but there are a couple things that you need to know. And one is that I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC,
Right.
and we're doing a story on stolen iPods.
I am shocked. Really shocked. Can't wait to call him and ask him where he come from.
On her way out the door, she gives us back the iTunes gift card.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Later, she calls. Her husband tells her he bought the iPod not at Best Buy, but at a flea market. We've shown
so
that
it's actually, that wasn't her in the video? I thought that was her. It looked like her. But either way, that's hilarious. Okay, so maybe it was her husband. That sucks. Imagine being thrown into that situation. Like, you have to talk to Chris now and you have no idea what's going on. All right, I think he's just gonna promote the next step, next part. I'm just gonna get it going now.
What do you have to say for yourself?
We'd successfully tracked down 2 missing iPods taken in the San Francisco Bay Area. And another in Los Angeles, picked up from a bench, sold at a flea market, and days later given as a gift to this woman.
I'm shocked. Really shocked.
And remember, we were able to track all of them down simply because the users sent personal information about themselves once they registered our missing iPods. Registered them not just with Apple, the manufacturer, but also with Dateline. Remember this iPod shown being lifted in the Fremont district of Las Vegas? Well, when we checked the registration, it led us to this woman, not your average iPod customer, in the small town of San Jacinto, California. And it didn't take long for her to guess who we were.
Okay, this is not
Wait a minute. What's the, oh shit, hold on. Don't close OBS. Okay, I almost entered the stream. What's the average iPod user look like, Chris? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, expound on that.
Yeah, what do you mean? What, like an old, like somebody's? I bought my grandparents before they. It doesn't matter. Before they passed away, I bought my grandparents a bunch of like tablets and iPods and just like random shit to be a little bit part of the modern century. Oh shit! Oh, my alarm's going off. Piss Hansen's tea is ready, so I have to walk away for a minute.
Is it?
We get that all the time. Here, have a seat over here.
Obviously, she's not the person taking it on the video. She told us she got it as a gift.
And it was a gift from whom?
It was from my husband. He brought it back for me from Las Vegas.
The iPod had traveled 260 miles from where it was stolen, and this hard-working woman began to worry she was in a bit of hot water, especially because she knew who we were.
You're Chris, whatever from Dateline.
I'm Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen.
I get that all the time.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and I'm like, okay.
I wonder why,
I know
Chris.
I'm not a predator, so.
What can be going on here?
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you what is going on. I am Chris Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. I still have to walk away for a minute, but I ran back because that's amazing.
That's so good.
She is like, okay, so Chris, you understand? I guess like because she was around your age, you're like, oh well, I don't own an iPod, so she's not the demographic. But she is the demographic that watches MSNBC. Fucking like amazing. Like you're Chris whatever.
Yeah, Chris whatever is so funny.
That's so good. That's up there with I just did the takedown guy with Wes that was called him Charlie Hansen. Also like that's up there. Chris whatever, Charlie Hansen, they're kind of tied for me right now.
With Dateline NBC. And we're doing a story on stolen iPods.
Oh, you're kidding.
And we know that you didn't steal it. Okay. Oh. So you're not in any trouble.
Well, I know my husband didn't steal it either.
But
so where did her husband say he got the iPod?
Well, he told me he bought it off a guy that was sitting next to him at a poker table.
Okay. So he was playing poker.
He was playing poker.
And a guy next to him says...
He says, I won this playing poker. You want to buy it? And he bought it from him.
What's the lesson of this? I mean, clearly, this is not something that you're going to enjoy as much as you would had...
I doubt if I ever even use it now, to be honest with you.
Next, it was time to move on to New Jersey, where we'd had 5 iPods pinched from parking lots in shopping malls. First stop, the town of Kearney. This 17-year-old has registered our iPod, but didn't use his real name. However, after installing our Dateline disc, he agreed to reveal the identity of his computer via things like email accounts and personal websites. We don't know if Apple has access to the same information when iPods are plugged into computers, but it did allow us to learn his real identity. And while he lied about his name, he did...
All right, had to walk away for a second. I'm back. So they go to the oh my God, what the fuck? I'm losing the ability to talk.
You okay?
No, I don't know. It's Clay. Call for help. They go to New Jersey and they play the Sopranos theme. I don't know if anybody caught that, but very stereotypical, Chris. I don't know what that's all about.
Did admit how he got the iPod.
Me and my friend actually found the iPod.
And where did you find it?
At a mall.
And the videotape backs up his story, to a point.
I told him, yo, there's a bag, we should return it. He's like, all right, well, go pick it up, and we'll return it to Lost and Found.
Now, what you don't see on the video, but what we saw...
All right, so, like, as a guy born on the East Coast, pretty close to Jersey, but not in Jersey, I'm kind of just wired to not like this man. Like his spiky hair, his demeanor, Jersey people, if you're here in the chat, yeah, you're the good ones, the guys that that just laugh at predators, good guys. But for the most part, you have to understand. This is Pauly D in like 10 years before the show starts. He has the same hair. I know these guys. I've been around these guys. He knew what he was doing, I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
Was you turning in the bag,
yeah,
but not the iPod.
Right.
Why turn in the bag and the rest of the stuff, but not the iPod?
I don't know. I know what I did is wrong. If I had to go back, I would have done it.
Attempts to reach this young man's parents were unsuccessful. On his way out, he tells us he didn't even keep the iPod, but gave it to a friend. Remember this iPod taken off the roof of our car at the mall in Paramus, New Jersey? It found its way to the town of Clifton.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The balloons are such a nice
our
touch.
Online tracking registration with her real name and address told us she got it the same way most people do. She bought it.
Where did you buy it?
Best Buy.
Best Buy.
Mm-hmm.
Was it?
After supper biscuit. The East Coast isn't all bad, but there are places to avoid.
Cash, credit card, check.
Cash.
But the video doesn't exactly show her purchasing it at a Best Buy.
Now, does any of this look at all familiar to you?
Yes.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
And why does this look familiar to you?
Because that was the day that I found it.
And is that you right there?
Yeah. I took it and I kept going.
You took it and you kept going?
Yeah.
You even do a little victory dance there.
Yeah.
Her defense? She'd been a victim of iPod theft herself. And this was a way to even the score.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Somebody stole your iPod.
Yes.
So you figured you'd take somebody else.
Well, I mean, it was sitting on top of the car. So, if I left
Okay, go ahead. Oh my God, my cat's going nuts. Okay, I'm just gonna let it play.
there, someone else is going to take it.
So you don't see anything wrong with what you did?
Well, yeah, I mean, I felt wrong when someone did it to me.
Then why would you do that to somebody else if you felt cheated when yours got ripped up?
Because it's a cruel world, so everyone does it to everybody.
Does that make it right?
No, not at all.
And if there's anything else you want to tell me?
Of course, I apologize. I didn't know that they could be tracked, and I felt bad when it happened to me.
She's a PTO mom now. Like, that's the thing. It's like, this was 20 years ago. Like, she hasn't changed. Like, let's be honest. She's the same person. She sucks. Dude, my cat, okay, it's almost dinner time for the cat, so I'm gonna have to walk away for a minute again. Like, am I a bad guy for assuming that she still like just sucks as a human being? Is that my prejudice coming out for Jersey people? I don't know.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Does she not remind you of like the neighbor that moved in the South Park episode when Jersey took over South Park?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, she.
Then she does something we haven't seen before. She gives the iPod back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry for all that.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. There it is.
Another lost iPod has been found simply by using the online registration information. Finally, it's time for us to try and track down the rest of our missing iPods in Las Vegas. We find one in the hands of yet another 17-year-old, and like so many others, he claims it was purchased legitimately.
Do you know what store your mom bought the iPod at?
I'm not sure. I think Best Buy.
But minutes later, after he's seen our video of him picking up our iPod from a table in the mall food court, then walking away, he appears to have learned a lesson and has some advice.
If you find like a stolen iPod, just give it back to lost and found.
This young man's father later tells Dateline he thought we were unfairly tempting kids to take iPods.
Yes.
And finally,
yes.
we meet this man.
Like Predators
hey,
saying,
man, how are you?
Perverted justice.
He filled out our online registration using his real name and address. First, he tells us he bought the iPod. Then he says he found the iPod. But none of this explains the video we have of someone who looks just like him lifting the iPod off a bench in a mall. His response?
You can equate it to walking down the street and finding a $100 bill on the floor. I mean, where are you going to take that if you're just in the middle of the street?
But this is a product that was in the mall, and you could have at least gone to Lost and Found.
So I guess I used bad judgment at that moment.
We'd tracked down 12 of the 20 missing iPods. Some of those taken would never turn up because no one ever bothered to register them. So we can't be sure if any of these people actually tried to find who really owned the iPods in order to return them. But we do know it was easy to locate the ones that were registered, and we did it using some of the same information that owners provide to Apple when any new iPod is registered. What's next? What would Apple do if you report a stolen iPod to the company? Our hidden cameras head to the Apple Store. When To Catch an Eyejacker continued.
To Catch an Eyejacker.
Sorry, hold on. I'm back. Sorry, I had to walk away for a minute. Feeding the cats. Real life.
Cats are important.
They are important. All right, let me get this going. We're almost through. We got one more part after this. We got like 10 minutes of total video time. That'll probably be like another 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And we'll probably hit the 4-hour mark at that point. I'll probably call it around then. Yeah. All right, let's just get into it. And quick shout out to Clay. Thanks for hanging out, man. I know it's been a grind today. You've been streaming all day.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. It's been fun.
Absolutely.
We'd watched 20 iPods get picked up, grabbed by people who didn't own them. We saw them disappear in cities from coast to coast. Some people who took the iPods still had them.
There it is.
But others had no idea they were stolen.
Oh, you're kidding.
And
You gotta be kidding.
we know that you didn't steal it.
Either way, using basic information similar to what Apple...
New York Creep Spotlight. That's a username. Would you catch predators or something? I don't know. Welcome to the stream. I don't tell me what you're all about. Not to throw you in interrogation, but that's quite the username. That's pretty cool. But welcome to the stream regardless.
Apple gets when an iPod communicates with its database, we'd successfully track down more than half of the missing gadgets. Remember, all we did was put out new iPods to get our information when the machines were registered online. We know some stolen iPods could probably never be tracked because some are probably never hooked up to a computer. But the question is...
New York Creep Spotlight. I'm going to be totally honest. I don't know anything about you, but I will check you out. And thank you for the support. Yeah, I'm always, for exposing predators. The... vigilante ones or, the amateur ones, whatever you want to call them. It's a little bit of a gray area. I know. As long as everybody's safe, keep exposing the bad guys, I guess. But I'll check you out, man. I'll check you out.
If we were able to track iPods, could Apple do something similar or something else to discourage theft? There are some iPod owners who believe the answer is yes. But when this man, whose iPod was stolen, called Apple for help...
And they pretty much told me that I was out of luck and that there was nothing I can do and nothing they can do.
And that's the same message received by Alan Ferry when his girlfriend's iPod was stolen. Ferry called Apple thinking because of all the technology at its disposal that the company could trace it for him. Apple said it couldn't help.
What was your attitude when you hung up the phone with Apple?
I'm going to figure out something to do. I'll come up with a solution here. Apple could do something, and I'm going to make sure that everyone knows that Apple could do something.
So Ferry started a campaign of sorts. First in 2006, the law school graduate set up a website called StolenIPods.com. He asked for comments from visitors and received thousands of emails like this one.
I don't care if they call in SWAT, break in their doors, and beat them within an inch of death. I just want my iPod back.
But what began with emails has become a movement of angry iPod owners convinced Apple could find their iPods and the thieves.
Why should Apple be held accountable if somebody gets their iPod stolen?
Oh, I'm not saying that they should be held accountable. I just want them to do more than they're doing.
We should say that many of iPod's competitors in the MP3 market apparently don't do anything more than Apple does to track missing machines. But it's not uncommon for high-tech companies to help when some products are lost or stolen.
We're sorry. The number you have dialed is not valid.
If you lose your cell phone, some wireless companies will shut it off and flag the phone as stolen if it's ever brought in for service. If your computer's lost or stolen...
Oh, wow. What browser is this? Is it Internet Explorer? Is this Firefox? What is this? LoJack. I remember that. Does that still exist?
Oh man, yeah. I don't know. I definitely remember LoJack.
Yeah, LoJack was a good service. That was like a lot of people had that in their cars.
It looks like it's still a stolen vehicle recovery system.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense they're still around, but it's funny that they're doing like, what is this, $50 for computer theft? Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Software like LoJack for laptops can lead you to it. The computer, when hooked to the internet, sends a silent signal to the headquarters of Absolute Software in Vancouver, British Columbia. And voila, police are alerted about where to find the stolen item.
Trace, I'm just calling to let you know that your computer was recovered.
And if you call HP, Dell, or Gateway, to name a few, their customer service reps will take down a computer's serial number and flag it as stolen if it ever turns up. But what about Apple? Detective Richard Kenny's called the company for help solving cases involving stolen iPods. But with 110 million iPods out there and sales dwarfing those other products, maybe the answer he got is not so surprising.
Apple's response is that due to the...
I had to walk away for a second, but yeah, Gateway. What a throwback. Gateway was, I think, maybe my first... my dad worked in IT, like he still does, and so like I had computers growing up, and I think Gateway might have been like the first build I ever really had was a Gateway desktop.
I want to say like our first or second laptop that my mom got was a Gateway for sure.
Yeah, I just remember like they used to have the cow, like it was like a black or a white, and you know what I mean, like a white box with like a black spot. And we got like the desktop in that box. It was huge. And yeah, it's just like an early childhood memory. So I definitely remember Gateway, but like, yeah, it's a blast of the past. Addy, New York Creeps. Yeah. They're probably, I'll check them out. I'm glad they're here.
Overwhelming numbers of iPods that they manufacture and sell each year, that they cannot create a database with that kind of information.
Watch what happens when we ask this retired detective we hired as a consultant to call Apple Corporate Security. He introduced himself as an investigator attempting to get information about a stolen iPod.
Apple does not flag any items. You know why? They said the sheer volume of thefts and disputes in schools alone would overwhelm them.
This is probably the most dated sting we've watched of Chris's, because I feel like Apple was pretty on top of this shit now. With like Find My iPhone, AirTags, like all this shit is all about tracking your stuff. But yeah, I guess like in the early days, like Apple, you know, they were just getting into the market. They weren't the juggernaut. That's the crazy thing about like this era, is we're like watching this, but like you have to remember, like mid-2000s, Apple wasn't quite what they are today. Like the iPhone wasn't the most popular phone on the market. It took a while. Like so yeah, kind of
they were only on one carrier for like the first like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, they were you had to be on AT&T.
Yeah, because I remember trying tell my parents, like, hey, we need to switch to AT&T. I need to get this iPhone. What are we doing here?
Yeah. They were stuck to one carrier. I believe the first couple models didn't even do 3G. And 3G was around since, like, 1999.
No, that's right, because they had the iPhone 3G.
Right, yes.
It was a model of the iPhone 3, but it was the first one to have that capability, because I think that was the first one that was on Sprint, was the iPhone, because I used to have Sprint. I think that's the first one I was able to get, was the iPhone 3G or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, it's just a product of its time, but, like, Apple is obviously a juggernaut now. They're kind of on top of all this shit. So this one's a little bit dated, obviously, compared to a lot that we watch, but, like, it is kind of fun to flash, take the time machine back a little bit. And go back to a time when Apple didn't, control the entire... When Apple, Facebook, and, like, Google didn't run, like... Or Microsoft, I guess, like, run the entire planet.
Right. Here's another scenario. What if you found someone's iPod and wanted Apple's help returning it? This woman bought an iPod from someone she met in a bar. She began to suspect it was stolen when she noticed someone else's name engraved on the back. She then contacted StolenIPods.com founder Alan Ferry, who put her in touch with Dateline.
I heard that Apple helps reunite the owner of the iPod.
We decided to try to help solve her problem, so we sent her to an Apple store in New York City to try to return the iPod with a hidden camera recording her every move.
And I had buyer's remorse the next day because it doesn't belong to me. Do you help people reunite them and their iPod?
Sure. You're doing all the right things. We can't look up. Even if we could look it up, we can't guarantee that the name attached to it is the right person.
Couldn't you take the information and then try to contact him?
It's a matter of not only liability but privacy.
I like the hidden camera is a separate person.
Right.
So, like, who is this other person that's just like, I'm doing it like in person. Obviously, I'm not on camera or anything, but like, I just imagine them having like a camera under their shoulder, and they're just like kind of like shrugged up a little bit, so it's hidden a little bit. But like, who is this other person that's just hiding the camera? And again, I feel like nowadays, if you went to an Apple store, like, can you look this up? You're in, everybody's in a database. They'll find you. Like,
yeah.
But like, yeah, back then, I guess it's crazy though. You imagine if you take like a stolen phone, like, what are you supposed? You're just supposed to keep it? Actually, this just kind of happened to me again recently. I don't want to fucking keep rambling. We're at like 4 hours already, and we still have another part. But I was getting an Amazon package delivered, and I got a package for like the wrong house, and I called support, and I was like, hey, I got the wrong person's package. Like, I would like to get my package and get this to the right person. Like, what should I do? And they're like, oh, well, we're going to charge you for it unless you go to like a Whole Foods and give it back. And I was like, no, I'm trying to do the right thing here.
Yeah. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Like, I'm not trying to make an extra step. And I understand. I've worked like customer support before. I wasn't yelling at the person. I understand like that's their job. But I made it very clear that like I was not happy with that solution. And they basically told me to just like keep the package and like they'll figure it out from there. And I'm like, no, dude. So I found the address and just walked to their apartment and like left it there. But like it's just like insane how like they don't care. Like if it just goes to the wrong place, they chuck it up to loss.
Yeah, which is crazy.
And they do nothing for like the person who actually lost the package, and assuming that the person that lost the package, reported it missing, but they're not going to do that much research to find like, oh, well, the person reported it missing, and this guy called in, blah 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 blah. Like this is his package. Like they don't care. They're not coming back for that. And like I'm a nice enough person that I just found out whose house it belonged to and dropped it off. But I feel like most people might have just kept it and just seen what it was. Fuck it, like free package.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. It's insane how like that aspect has not changed.
So we're not allowed to do any of that, honestly.
She then went to a second Apple store. The manager at this store did look up the iPod's registration and serial number.
There's no registration. It's been registered by somebody. Okay. So there's info about the person.
And then Mac will contact him and say somebody found it.
It's your call.
And that's what happened. The manager returned this stolen iPod to its rightful owner. This iPod story has a happy
so it's
ending.
just like it just depends if you're a good manager or not, I guess.
Right, yeah.
If you want to put in extra work, that's so like shitty. But like, again, like you could argue, oh, that guy's getting paid $9 an hour, and he's probably like swamped with work. Who gives a shit? Like, he probably gets this 1,000 times a day, and like that's an Apple issue, and I'm sure that's been. Addie's saying no, it's still kind of fucked. I don't own any Apple products, as I mentioned, so I can't speak firsthand. But it feels like it should be better, but maybe it's not. I don't know. We'll let them talk a little bit more, and then we'll get the last part.
I think it's pretty simple.
It's exactly the case Alan Ferry, who runs StolenIPods.com, has been trying.
There's excuse me, Clay. I don't know anybody who wants to pull it up. The StolenIPods.com still exists.
That what I was typing it in. Let's see. It is, the tab is taking forever to load. So
yeah, it's probably for
no.
sale. No,
it went to a Yahoo search.
Yeah. All right. Rest in peace. This guy's first career choice. I don't know.
Trying to make.
Apple needs to recognize that they've created a device, a product that is so incredibly successful that it's become a commodity on the black market. Change things around a little bit. Be the pioneer that they've always been. Think different.
This guy's taking it so seriously. I mean, he's fighting the good fight. I can't make fun of him.
Think different.
Yeah. Like, what do you work for Steve Jobs? You try to get like a promotion, man? Kate, this is their frag. I would say, I mean, honestly, this might be their Xavier. I don't know. Is he the founder of the website? He has like a tech bro look. I'll give him that. Like, I feel like he didn't suffer after this. I don't know why you shouldn't base that off just to like how a person looks, but I feel like this guy made like LinkedIn next or something. Like he's doing all right probably.
That they've always been. Think different.
And guess what? We just learned that Apple may be doing exactly that and may end up being the hero of our story. An ingenious solution at the Genius Bar?
Oh my God, the Genius Bar. Does that still exist? I've never been to an Apple store. I don't know if that's still a thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's different because I think they call like almost all of their workers geniuses now because they all wear like the same color. But there is, in most Apple stores, still like a bar at the back that like that's where you go to. But I think it depends on the age of the Apple store because like one of the newer ones in town, like they have like areas all around their store where they do repairs and walkthroughs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so I think the idea is still there a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I remember again. My whole frame of mind is based off of South Park, and I just remember the Genius Bar in South Park. But that was like a decade ago. Like I just assume that doesn't exist. But all right, this is the last part. 4 minutes. I will probably ramble, but we are getting towards the end here. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. I appreciate everybody who's been hanging out. Yeah, we're gonna get towards the end of the stream here, but let's see what Chris does. Who'll talk to some of the geniuses at Apple here.
We'd paid a software company $40,000 to come up with this, a disc we slipped into packages of brand new iPods. And when those who took our iPods installed all the software, this Dateline disc helped us learn the location of whoever took the iPod. We were able...
Hold on, okay, I was muted. Like, I saw that during the entire stream. I had to walk away a few times. Maybe I missed that. But that's so funny they just put, like, a disc in there. Because, like, that is, like, old school, like, yeah, you got, like, installation media. You got the driver's disc and, like, the install disc. That's fucking hilarious. I totally missed that part.
Able to zero in on more than half. And police officers like Detective Richard Kenny of NYPD say if Apple does what we did, it would stop iPod crime in its tracks.
If the public knew there was a way to track these things down, what do you think would happen to the incidence of iPod theft?
The people who are actually committing the crimes and stealing them, would stop doing that because they
Did NBC kind of force Apple's hand to do the Find My iPod shit? Is this like secondhand? I'm kind of wondering now, actually. I feel like obviously like Apple was probably in, they probably planned on this at some point. But I wonder if like this investigation kind of forced them to take that a little bit more seriously. Maybe not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That, but yeah, who knows? But it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't have anyone to sell them to.
Is he right? We went straight to the horse's mouth, the people who took our iPods.
If you known that there was a way to track these things, would you have taken it?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have taken it in the first place.
No one would take it at all.
No one would take it.
I mean, if you're getting questioned by an authority figure, it's pretty easy to say I wouldn't commit the crime. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
People like me wouldn't be like, no way.
And calls for Apple to take action are being heard not just here, but around the world.
People are very nervous that they're trapped.
Wait, was that B-roll footage of Ron Knight? Just like playing with an iPod? Hold on.
Wouldn't be like, no way.
We're going to stretch this out for
Apple
another
to take
minute or two.
action are being heard not just here.
Is that Ron Knight? No, that's just an old man.
No, that guy's way too old.
Yeah, that's an old man. That's an old man. I just saw like a gray-haired figure, and I was like, oh, Ron Knight appearance. But
around the world,
you're
People
like
are very
Dell,
nervous.
Lee Greer, Ron Knight.
Yeah, it's Lee Greer. It's Lee Greer.
They're tracked when they use technology. Yeah.
Stephen Levy is a senior editor at Newsweek magazine and the author of The Perfect Thing, How the iPod Shuffles Commerce, Culture.
Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, go.
No, keep going, because I want to look something
In
up.
cool.
Oh, yeah.
I think that since they're not legally responsible, they don't want to take the step of going that extra mile and saying, hey, we know everyone's the serial number of every iPod when it connects to the iTunes store.
Do you think that Apple has the technology currently to track a stolen iPod?
My guess is that, probably they have the technology to figure out what
He sounds like Larry David and looks like Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld combined. It's kind of nuts. It's kind of low.
I was confusing Stephen Levy with Stephen Levitt, so excuse me.
Okay. No, close enough. We don't have another Elizabeth Warren situation here.
The idea is on there. But I don't think, they have the obligation. It might be a good incentive to add to AppleCare, which is their insurance policy for iPods, to have some kind of tracking thing. They make money from AppleCare. That's a profit center for them. So maybe it would be more profitable. People would sign up more if they.
Yeah, that's probably. I think that's again. I don't. Is that part of it, Clay? I don't own any. I don't know any iPhone stuff, but.
I don't know. I don't have AppleCare.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'm not 100% sure.
Find My iPhone's just like an app you can just get, right? Like you don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah. Do we have like 45 seconds for a quick story?
Please.
So,
yeah, I don't care.
So this was like a decade. Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, it's the chat. I guess that shouldn't matter. But no, this was like a decade ago. Maybe a little less. Like doesn't matter. My mom and dad were at a gym, and they had like a thing where you like could hang up your car keys like on a hook near the front desk. Long story short, my parents leave the gym and my mom's car is gone because someone had just walked up, took the keys off the hook.
Oh shit! Wait! Your mom's car is gone. They
stole her car.
Wow.
But she had my mom, because she was there with my dad or whatever. She had left her iPhone in the car. I guess like the people were like smart enough to like I guess turn off the phone. While they were driving at least. So my mom had been like checking, like she had been, contact with the police and blah, blah, blah. And they basically said, well, we'll look for it, but if anything pops up, let us know. So my mom was just like randomly checking her Find My iPhone, like every 2 hours. Well, the next day she gets she finally gets an alert from Find My iPhone. Yeah. And then the car is like 2 hours away. And so she used that, called the cops, and within like 30 minutes they had found it. Yeah, whoever had like stolen it had taken the iPhone inside their house and plugged it in to a charger, and like that was enough to send out a signal to my mom. So my iPhone helped.
Yeah,
helped my parents find my mom's stolen car. It was a good 2 hours away. It was in a different state technically. It was in Georgia. So yeah. Shout out to Find My iPhone.
Yeah,
One case.
that shows you how far. That's what I meant by like this is a little outdated, but that's insane. That's what a good ending to one of those stories.
yeah. One of the times it actually works out.
yeah. That's insane. I'm glad it did work out, but like, what a fucking idiot. And that's kind of what's happening in this. Is like, yeah, they thought they got a free car and a free iPhone, so you might as well fucking see what's on it, see if you get some like tasteful nudes. Not to, not saying I know it was your mom's. I'm just saying that in general, it could be anybody's iPhone, but you see what's on there. But yeah, what a fucking idiot. I'm glad they got caught.
iPod stolen insurance in there. If the mothership could track down the iPod, more people might sign up for AppleCare, and Apple might make more money.
And although Apple declined our requests for interviews and comment regarding this report, the company, which consistently ranks at or near the top in customer satisfaction surveys in the tech world, might well turn out to be the hero in our story after all.
Why? Just recently came word from the U.S. Patent Office that Apple has applied for a new patent. In its application, Apple confirms that there is a, quote, serious problem, unquote, with iPod theft and that iPod owners have been seriously injured or even murdered for their iPods. And the company has proposed an ingenious solution to the problem. Essentially, you can't recharge the iPod or the new iPhone if you can't prove the device is yours when you hook it up to iTunes.
If an owner wants to...
Is that still... Yeah, that's still kind of a thing, right? Like, you have to sign into your iTunes account, but...
I don't
know if they match each other, but... I thought they were going to say something about the tracking software, but I guess that's a few years after this. But I mean, that makes sense. That's a good first step, I guess.
Opt in, and they're.
I mean, it's also like it works out for Apple because they're like, okay, now you have to sign up for iTunes, and like, now your whole world is Apple, and we're gonna slowly take over everything. But it's an ingenious patent, right, Chris?
Helping as a service, I think that could be a good thing.
Until Apple follows through with the plans outlined in the patent, others have rushed to meet demand for someone to do something about stolen iPods. Alan Ferry has turned StolenIPods.com into a business venture.
That dude's sideburns were pretty insane.
Yeah, they're popping down.
I mean, I know he's one of the heroes in the story, and he does have an Apple, so but yeah, those are some, that's a choice, like I have a mustache, it's a choice. Those are some pretty intense sideburns, but we're almost done. We're gonna get through the rest of this, and then I'll probably put the end screen up and play some music and hang out, but. Yeah, we got like about a minute left. We'll probably turn that into like 5, but we're almost done.
Alan Ferry has turned StolenIPods.com into a business venture, Unlose It, which bills itself as Earth's Lost and Found Center and uses a system
of... Oh, shit. Wait. Okay, Unlose It. Clay. Unlose It. Is that still around? It. Yeah. Unlose.it. Give you 30 seconds.
Let's see. No, I think it's...
Nope, go on.
Oh. Nope. Yeah. It's like the same result. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, this dude's this guy invented the Oculus Rift, so like we don't have to. This dude's very deep into VR technology, so we don't have to worry. He's doing fine.
Stickers and rewards to reconnect lost or stolen gadgets with their owners. Other companies like Gadget Track use tracking software. Another firm, Stuffback, like Unlose It, uses a system of stickers to help recover gadgets and other property. After all, when it comes to iPods, people will do almost anything to get theirs back. Alan Ferry and some of those who first asked for help just went out and bought new ones. And Stephen Levy? He had his precious iPod stolen too, but he's getting by using an old one for now.
Look, obviously, I'm not going to shrivel and die without an iPod, but, life wouldn't be as fun.
We'll keep you up to date on what Apple is doing.
Why? Oh, okay, right, because they rented the thing for the... To get the teenagers, in trouble. It's very funny that they're doing the Breaking Bad, pre-Breaking Bad shot here. But yeah, that's basically it. Chris is just gonna talk about. He's got like a good tan going on here. Maybe they went to New Mexico for this shot. I don't know. Maybe it's just the quality, but. Clay, I know you streamed today, so you probably don't have anything planned, but I appreciate you joining me. Do you have anything you wanna?
No, I mean other than the Lawrence streams, yeah, I got nothing. Nothing going on. The first one I'm signed up for is the 19th, so that's what Wednesday or Thursday, one of those days.
Yeah, like 5 days from now. If you're not subbed to Clay, just sub to Clay. He'll keep you updated. Lawrence, it's starting very soon. If you don't know what that is, it's going to take a while to explain it. But if you're in the know, Lawrence does start very soon. Lornmas, whatever you want to call it. That's not for a little while, but Lawrence starts pretty soon. So yeah, we're going to go through the chat log. Clay was kind enough to ask me to join one of his, so I will definitely share that when it comes time, but we'll figure that out in the future.
You'll be a guest, and then I don't know if you were there, but Honest offered to join me for one of the days.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I love if you don't know Honest, she's one of my favorite creators too. She rules.
She's great. Yeah. So
yeah.
Got two banger guests.
No, Honest is definitely like 3 steps above me. That's awesome. What a great get. So yeah, if you're not subbed to Clay, please go sub. I'll try to put his channel in the chat when I get everything set up here, but I'm gonna get some music playing. I'll hang out and chat for a few minutes, and I just appreciate everybody hanging out. We did 4 hours tonight, quite a stream, yeah, I'll be back at some point. I don't know, no plans, but yeah, thanks everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, bye.
And I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning.
and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it?